Okay, folks, can you hear me? Can you see me? I got tons and tons of comments coming in here. Okay. It says I'm live, so I'm going to go with that. Let's see. Anybody saying anything?
Okay, folks, can you hear
Whoops.
me? Can you see me? I got tons and tons of comments coming in here. Okay. It says I'm live, so I'm going to go with that. Let's see.
Okay, now you all are going crazy. That's good. That means it works. It came out of my computer, and so here we go. All right, I'll start with the wide shot, because what the heck. Hey, it's your buddy David Wilcock, and let's see how my audio levels are doing. Do I sound okay, everybody? Yeah, it looks good. Okay, as crazy as this is, it actually has worked. It has been an incredible amount of effort to put this show together for you. We had to rebuild the studio in Colorado, and that's where I am right now, at least for until tomorrow, and then I'm going to an undisclosed location. So that's why you don't want to give away where you are until you're leaving. But I'm here right now. And we rebuilt the studio, not as many camera angles. I only got 2 here, but that's okay. Whew! It's been a lot of work to get to this point. And I might need to turn off these comments because they're going so fast. It's this very distracting visual stimulus over on the left. Anyway, we have a great show for you today, and there is so much to talk about. Time travel is becoming a very big deal. It's becoming a very exciting situation for all of us. Now, you know that I've always been a big proponent of disclosure, and I've always been a big proponent of planetary freedom, planetary liberation. We are dealing with a rapacious, globalist, elite cult that has been controlling our planet for far too long. They do not have our best interests in mind. And right now, we have our first worldwide, easy to understand, easy to solve mystery. And this has been a very upsetting sequence of events. I did not expect that it was going to take this long. We did get briefings that there were going to be mass arrests happening a lot earlier, and that when those arrests were conducted, that there would be a 3-day shutdown. This is, he's talking about it. Okay, yeah, we've had a lot of stuff about this online. So let's just calm down and relax and understand what's going on here. Apparently, the briefings we've gotten are that those high-level individuals were arrested at that time, temporarily, and that it turns out they had incredible blackmail on the people who had conducted the arrests at that time, and due to a number of incredible problems and reasons why it had to go down that way, they had to release them. What I did not see at the time is how long this situation was going to drag on. I'm a positive person. I wanted to believe that this would all go over pretty fast and we wouldn't be dealing with anything that intense. But instead, it has been months and months and months of masks and long lines at the grocery store. Now we have apocalyptic fires going on all over the West Coast, and millions and millions and millions of people protesting all over the world. That's a whole other show I don't have time to do. But the fact is, we are in a very upsetting situation. Of course, you know that. I know that. And I'm not only a reporter about the Ascension, but I'm also a participant, sort of like the old Hair Club for Men commercial. As a participant in the Ascension, I don't always want to be public. We did first of all, we were already planning to do an online live conference right as this thing was starting. We had it planned for a year. We had already worked out what we were going to talk about, all that stuff, and literally right as this whole shutdown started, that was when we wanted to go live and start our live program. As you will remember, and you can go back to it on this channel, youtube.com/DavidWilcock333, I did a series of long videos. Now, I deliberately made sure not to eat before this show so that 5 hours is not going to happen because I will be starving by then. And I also only have, I have a couple exit points on my slideshow. It could either be 130 slides. If I wanted to do a big show, I could go up to maybe 250. That's still not that long, actually. 2 hours, 2.5 hours. So I'm good. It's not going to be 5 hours. You're not going to have to stay up all night. I respect you if you're on the East Coast. I don't want you to stay up past 10, 10:30, something like that. But this is going to be like an amazing movie. When we start digging into these slides, I fully expect that even if you are one of those less than 1% of our audience that actually doesn't like me, doesn't like this information, and you're just here to try to gain some loosh and suck off of all the people who actually want to be here, you might even be surprised. Because I'm not just going to talk to you about hypotheticals and what ifs. I'm going to get into some very specific details that I think are highly relevant that you need to know. Because the situation that we are having right now, I mean, the particulars are very strange, yes. But the overall idea of economic failure, apparent social collapse, social breakdown, was something that I was talking about all the way back in 2009. And another very pertinent part of this subject is the fact that disclosure is actually happening now, and I'm going to show you some of that the official disclosure has begun. And it's even gotten to the point now where they're not just showing us alleged films, which nobody really disputes the validity thereof, of the 2004 USS Nimitz incident, in which the UFO known as the Tic Tac was seen flying nearby the USS Nimitz, which is the most advanced surveillance-capable craft on Earth, at least out there in the open. They have all the best telemetry, satellite-guided imagery, all kinds of really advanced stuff that's classified. If there's ever anything that's going to be the ultimate surveillance tool, it would be the USS Nimitz. And so in 2004, actually a series of UFOs went by. My phone's ringing. Let me see if this is actually important. Okay, hold on. Yes? I'm live? You can't hear me. Well, wait a minute. Are you saying that nobody hears me?
No. I'm saying that Kelly probably has headphones stuck in it.
You guys, can you hear me? Is the audience hearing me? Okay, I think they can hear me, so I'm going to hang up now. Yeah, so I'm actually here by myself, so I don't have a crew. And but when I look at the audio, I'm seeing that it's working, so I'm not gonna dispute that. All right, let's get down to business. And I'm sorry about these delays. When you're in a live environment, anything can happen. It's totally random. Okay, so let's get back on track now. And what was I talking about? I was talking about the USS Nimitz, and I was talking about the fact that there was a New York Times article called Glowing Auras and Black Money, the Pentagon's Secret Program. So this program has been called the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, or AATIP. And apparently, this Pentagon division was made to study the UFO phenomenon with seriousness. Recently, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but they've really escalated the rhetoric. They've got a lot more stuff going on, and things are really heating up. So we've got some very intense new developments where they have officially announced multiple crash retrieval events have taken place. We have recovered crashed UFOs. See, that's why I had to go wide. You see, I love to do this with my hands. That is so unbelievable that we're finally at that point. We're finally at that point where we got the announcement, the big announcement. And yet, isn't it interesting that nobody really seems to be caring about this? Nobody really seems to be that excited about it, because I think, honestly, we've moved beyond it. Everybody, to one degree or another, is aware that UFOs are real. Okay. Yes?
Your cameras are backward.
My cameras are backward? What does that mean?
They're just switched. The camera that you think that you're looking at is a different one. But everything's great. It's great.
So whatever camera has the red on it is actually not the one that's lit, it's the other one?
Apparently.
That's insane.
Well,
Okay, well, so I'll just go with that. All right, bye. Okay, everybody, thank you for the... I saw somebody saying something about me looking in cameras, and I'm like, what are they talking about? It doesn't even make sense. But yeah, so something went wrong here with the setup, but that is very, very normal. Problems happen all the time. So now this should be right. Okay, so going to the wide shot. Sorry about that. And, you know, when you got more than one camera angle, and this is crazy. I'm doing this by myself. I don't have any crew. Even figuring out how to do it, conceptualizing the model of how I would work was difficult, but we've got it. So anyway, here we are talking about the USS Nimitz incident 2004 and how this all is unfolding as disclosure is now becoming something that is out there in the public eye. So we've got sound. I'm looking in the right camera now. I'm not like some fool looking off to the side. Sorry about that. You really do not know what's going to happen until you actually go live. And there's always some kind of problem. Something always goes wrong. Something catastrophic, usually. But this isn't that bad. Anyway, there's so many slides and there's so much to talk about. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time riffing before I get into the real meat and potatoes of this talk. I wish that I was happier about the world during disclosure. I wish that there was more to be positive about right now, but it has been very difficult. Blood red skies over Portland. No visibility of the sun over Los Angeles. Wildfires that are raging out of control. And if you have studied the magic letter, and we'll just leave it at that, I would highly recommend continuing to read that. It appears that the most functional site for it right now would be magic letter ANON.pub. And magic letter, you just put the letter in that I'm speaking of. Magic letter ANON.pub. The other one, magic letter MAP.pub, I believe it is not functioning at this time, or it's always going down. And that's the one that actually has the headings on the top. There's a lot of interesting stuff going on. All of a sudden, the media is way out of control. You know, just inundation of these articles about this, painting it in a very, very bad way. And yet, it doesn't really seem to be working. A certain number of people are falling for that. And yes, I will also acknowledge that there are people who have read these things and have studied these things who have done unpleasant, unfortunate, and very nasty stuff. So it's not clean. This is not a clean situation. This whole process of our planetary awakening is extremely messy. And let me also point out that where I'm at right now is a very, very vulnerable position. Why do I say that? I say that because the position that I find myself in today is a position in which with no forewarning and no opportunity for appeals or any of that kind of stuff, my channel could just disappear. And I'm actually treading very close to the line, even by what I've already said. Another David, who's probably the only one out there that has a comparable kind of size of following to me, and a David whose last name starts with I, he got completely deplatformed, you guys. I mean, he lost everything, and they do it all at once, just like what they did with Alex. It all happens at once. Do I agree with Alex? No. Did he say a lot of crazy stuff? Yes. Okay, has he attacked me? Yes. But I'm not going to say bad things about him. All I am going to say is that this is crazy what's going on. And so there has never been a greater risk. You see, I have 423,000 subscribers on YouTube. That's pretty unusual. That's pretty rare. And so that makes me an enormous target if I say anything that could create the grounds for this to just be instantly taken away. There's not going to be an opportunity for me to ever use this particular platform that I'm using right now again. And there's really nothing else like it without spending a lot more money. And then you don't get the exposure, and it's a lot more difficult. So this is a war, and it's a very serious war. And only the information that is authorized is being permitted to be aired. Now, this is all being discussed under the guise of protecting you. I think you're cool enough to be able to handle the truth. I think you're cool enough to be able to decide for yourself what you want to think. Anyway, let me get off of that soapbox because probably I've already said too much. I've had to basically tactically look at the idea that any broadcast that I do could be the very last one. So for that reason, I've been holding my cards and waiting until it was the right time, while also going through enormous psychological and spiritual healing. This is something that we all should be doing. I believe the main appropriate response for the time in history that we're in right now is prayer and meditation, humility, service to others, because we have a culture that has become infected with trolling. And it's being modeled for us by the press on the national, international level, but especially here in the US. I've never seen anything like this. It's highly, highly bizarre. I do believe that all the things that we've heard are true, that there's going to be a disputed election, that the dispute will last for months. And the magic letter has said that there are 80 million, they just did this the other day, 80 million of these pieces of paper that could be put in the mail that aren't real. 80 million. Apparently they have that intel. Do I believe that it's just going to end on the election day? Absolutely not. I think it would be a miracle, a literally divine intervention if it ends that soon. The other problem that we have is that there are very consistent briefings saying that as we head towards this point and afterwards, that all of these negative violent events are going to drastically increase. I do not support violence. I never have and I never will. I don't want you to get involved in any violence at all. That is not what we do. That is not what we think. That is not our platform here. And I hope that anyone who is doing these things would really get down on your knees and get real about what is really going on here. Because you might be doing this stuff thinking that you're doing something good, and there is nothing that can be gained from this. I'm sure almost all of you know that. I mean, it seems that the people who are doing this are a very select, targeted group that has financial backing. And again, I'm like, what can I talk about? What can I talk about where I'm even going to have a channel left after this show is over? I don't know. So I probably, again, said a hell of a lot more than I should have right there. But we all need to be prepared that this is going to take a while, and that we're going to get some indictments before Election Day, but then afterwards is when it's going to happen on a much larger level. Now, the whole idea, there's obviously two perspectives here of what's really going on. And the perspective that is now being shoved on you by the press is new. This is a new argument. They never really paid attention to this before. It's been going on since October 2017, but now all of a sudden you're seeing dozens and dozens of articles per day that are saying the most outlandish stuff, and some people are believing it. So in my view, I think the biggest test that we're all facing, it's a global mystery, it's easy to understand, but it's very, very upsetting to understand. You don't want to understand it because it's really, really painful and it's really, really terrible. So it's an easy mystery, but the real problem is that you're going to have to throw up in order to feel better, right? That's what I've always said. This is very, very difficult. It's very difficult to understand, to even try to wrap your head around the idea that there could be any truth to the idea that you are being lied to on a massive, 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 unprecedented scale, Watergate times 5,000. If you've seen the shows I was doing with Danny and Brinkley, then you'll know, the Lee Atwater paradigm. It's like if there's a U.S. election going on, everything else is related to that, period. Anything you're seeing, anything that's going on, it's all related. And again, when it was safe in April, I said a lot of other things in previous videos, and you can go back and watch those. And yeah, you might need to sit through 5 hours, but they are very, very information-packed and very, very relevant to what's going on now. So without getting myself in any more trouble, I'll just tell you that I believe this is going to work out. And my record speaks for itself. I've been out here doing this for 25 years. 25 years that I've been online doing research. 24 years since I began actively participating. And I guess 21 years since I had my own private website. My latest book, if you go to Amazon, you look at the numbers, it's got a 4.8 out of 5-star rating. And the last I checked, it was 496 reviews. That's almost unheard of in any type of book, to have that many. So the new book is called Awakening in the Dream. And it was my hope that you guys would be able to read that and it would kind of tide you over while I was going through some very necessary personal healing that I've had to do. But I think I've made enormous progress. I think there's a lot of stuff that I've really been able to clear. And that's one of the most important parts about where we are right now. Don't get stuck on the external. Don't get stuck on what's all out there to attract you and confuse you. Let's focus on what's going on internally. Because right now we're in a culture of distraction. We're in a culture in which the axiom of if it bleeds, it leads is really out there. And there are some kind of people, we don't know exactly who they are yet, but they're participating in these things. There's rioting going on. There's some really bad stuff that's gone on. Cities burning. It's very, very sad. And I do not support any of this. If I was going to recommend any type of protesting, it would only be under the Gandhi principle. And I would ask you to remember that Gandhi single-handedly got rid of the British who were owning and controlling India. Okay? They owned it. It was a British state, basically. And Gandhi was able to get Britain to leave through nothing but peaceful protests. Did certain people get hurt in the middle of those protests? Yes. Does India think it was worth it in terms of what the final result was that they got out of it? Yes, those people were brave, and they did the equivalent of being soldiers on front lines to address that problem. So you don't solve anything by causing a systematic breakdown and chaos in society. You're not gaining anything. And I think people are really seeing that there's some things that are very disturbing and very wrong. And then I guess I'll say, because what the heck, this is the last video, so I might as well get it out. Hopefully it's not the last video. But this is the most outrageous candidate, the candidate who's running, and I'm not talking about the incumbent, I'm talking about the one that would replace. I have never seen I don't think there's any historical precedent for something like this, where you have a person who is showing such obvious signs of a complete cognitive breakdown. I used to work in mental health. I've been around people with Alzheimer's disease. They called it old-timers disease sometimes. And, we had certain people where we had to barricade their door because they would just escape and then they didn't know where they were and they couldn't find their way back to the room. So they have this little kiddie door so they couldn't get out. And these symptoms are very obvious and very consistent. And how does anybody think that this is a good idea to have this guy run the country? Obviously, it's going to be not really him, and then whoever is behind him, and then you have to ask the question, well, who is that? And what is that going to look like? Do I think that the VP would ever become president? Absolutely not. They're going to bring out Joe Biden, they're going to bring out clones, they're going to bring out whatever the heck they need to do to keep the illusion that this is still going. Do I think that if this happened, that if this man became president, that we would ever get out of lockdown? No. You're going to stay home forever. And the reason why I say that is that I was briefed by one of my insiders many years ago on this plan that they had called deindustrialization. And I didn't really know how it was going to happen. I had heard about the idea that there might be a carbon tax that was placed on every country and that they would have a cap and that they would be forced to deindustrialize, to shut down their factories and to stop people from driving if their greenhouse gas emissions exceeded their cap. And then the idea would be that the cap would be so low that nobody would be able to keep up with it. Every country would have to deindustrialize. And I saw them try to do that, but it didn't really work. But now, however the heck we got here, we're in a situation in which still we have this, everybody's got to stay home. Businesses are very, very anemic. The economy is incredibly anemic. And for some people, this is coming as a big surprise. It does not come as a big surprise for me. And if you've been following my work for any length of time, it shouldn't be a big surprise for you either. Why? Because I've been out there blowing the trumpet about this stuff for 11 years at least. And I'm going to show you that today. Now, the subject is time travel. And I'm going to get into why that is relevant. And it's all interrelated with these current events. So what we're going to unfold throughout the course of this next couple hours, hopefully it won't take longer than that, as long as I get to the slides, is a very fascinating narrative where all these threads are going to link together. So we're going to walk away from the things that could get my channel taken away from me, and let's do a couple slides here. Hopefully that works. It should, because it's not a camera that I have to look at. Okay. So, time travel secrets revealed and why it matters today. As I was just saying, 2020, this year, has been the biggest mass consciousness event of all time. And what do I mean by that? I mean that we are all participating in this together. And when you look at the physics that I've written about in my 4 different books, it's a consciousness science. There is an innate understanding that mind is the builder of the universe, that everything that we are and everything that is out there is the stuff of consciousness. There is no dead anything. The universe is alive and biological. And I have an incredible wealth of scientific evidence for that, but again, many people have been saying, please, David, don't repeat anything. I want all new information, all new information. Okay, that's fine. We can do that. It's not a big deal. So we got new information for you. And when we have enough people going through the same experience at the same time, the scientific research that's all over the world, some of it's coming out of Russia, says that we get these mass consciousness effects. Now, what do I mean by that? David, what is a mass consciousness effect? Well, interestingly enough, if you look at the work of Dr. Dean Radin, he had a particular, there's a lot of things that he's done that are amazing, and one of them is that he had a study where they had random number generators. And this is a computer chip that is generating seemingly random numbers. But the randomness of the numbers that are generated, this is very important, okay? The randomness of the numbers that are generated depends upon the flow of electrons in the chip being consistent. There's no hiccups or fluctuations in the electron flow. So you have to have a smooth electron flow, and then you get truly random numbers. However, when there is a mass consciousness event, for some seemingly inexplicable reason, the numbers are no longer random, and they can measure how non-random they are on a scale. They graph it. And guess what? 9/11. Maybe I shouldn't even said that. I don't know. There goes the channel again. That's number 17. Oh, did I say that? That's another thing I probably shouldn't have said. Wrong number. Let's number 16. Yeah, we got to think about all this, right? 9/11. As it was leading up to the event, the novelty of the graph, the non-randomness of these computers that were all over the world started to skyrocket. And as the planes hit the towers, it kept going higher and higher, and you can see that on the graph. Now, I didn't have slides for this because, again, sometimes I think of things to say live, and I haven't planned for it. But you can go back and look up that research, and it's in my books. What I found interesting was that the shock effect started before the actual events took place. The acceleration of the non-randomness of these computer chips began before anything actually happened. And as the different events took place, the actual catastrophic events that day, it skyrocketed, and most interestingly of all, the closer the random number generating computers were to the center of the problem in New York, the more exaggerated the graphs were. And this is indisputable. So we have a mass consciousness effect where everybody's experiencing the same thing, right? And then we have these computer chips behaving in very strange ways where they're not giving us random numbers anymore. They start doing patterns. They start chunking out the same numbers. Now, what did I say before about how that could work? I said that the randomness is a function of the continuous natural flow of electricity not being interrupted but just staying consistent. So the only way that you could get non-randomness from a physics perspective is for there to be perturbations or fluctuations in the flow of electrons through the chip. Now, these are micro perturbations. It's not enough to collapse the computer most of the time. Sometimes it does. Certain individuals will have events where they get a very emotional reaction and then their computer shuts down on them. And that is one of these kinds of things. We have a lot more power in our minds than we realize. This consciousness science is incredibly vast. And there's so many different examples of it that I'm just focusing on one and drilling in on it to give you an example. What I believe is going on is that when a lot of people are upset about something or experiencing something the same way, the actual energy around us, the actual electromagnetic flow around us starts to stick to those thoughts. It starts to fluctuate and no longer be straightforward. And this actually makes sense because it's really the only logical explanation for how these computer chips could end up doing this. That we, as a human civilization, have some degree of control over the actual flow of electromagnetic energy. Well, if I said before that the universe is alive and that we're all living in a conscious universe, right? Then what does that mean? That means that our electromagnetic energy is alive. And our electromagnetic energy is a function of consciousness. Okay? So when our consciousness all focuses on one thing, you get these mass effects. Now, the most exciting example of this, of course, is the so-called meditation effect. And it's to me the most fascinating thing ever. 7,000 people working together. These were transcendental meditation gatherings with Maharishi Mahesh Yogi running it, who was made famous by the Beatles. They went out to hang out with him, And then they wrote songs out there, and that's what became the White Album, which was their top-selling album. While they were in India, they wrote most of those songs. The infamous Paul McCartney song, "Why Don't We Do It in the Road?" If you read his biography many years from now, he says that that was when he saw two monkeys in the road, and I'll leave the rest up to you. That was while he was in India. So there was a lot of interesting stuff that happened where they got 7,000 people together meditating on what they call pure consciousness. Pure consciousness is a science that they were teaching, which is how to get to this state of mind where you feel ecstatic unity with the creation. You feel bliss, you feel peace, and it's wonderful. Now, if you get into this uplifting consciousness, which we're going to do, we're going to end this today with a meditation, so we're going to practice this just like we did before. When you do this, what they found is that 7,000 people meditating together under one roof altered the free will behavior of people all over the planet. Now, how did they alter the free will? It altered in a very specific way. There was 72% fewer acts of crime, acts of violence, acts of war, acts of terrorism. There was a corresponding improvement in economic prosperity. The economy goes up, the violence goes down. And what does that show us? That shows us that we again have an effect on our environment. There are these mass consciousness effects, just like we saw with the random number generators and the event that took place in New York. Somehow, when 7,000 people under one roof, it doesn't have to be, but just 7,000 people getting together and meditating on pure consciousness and peace and embodying that, right? By the way, not everybody was good at it. A lot of people were sitting there. I've spoken to some people who were in some of these, and they, you might scratch your butt, you get a little itchy, you don't really know what's going on, you're not sure if it's working, you're bored, you're not really meditating very well. But if enough people try, there's this huge, huge improvement on planet Earth. And I have always said that this is the most important thing we need to know. So because I am very concerned about the community standards here on this platform, I recommend that we're doing this all the time. This is the big thing, folks. This is what it's all about. We have a tool in which we can reduce all of these horrible things and alter the free will behavior of human beings for the positive. In other words, 72% is roughly 75, which is 3/4 of the whole, right? So 3 out of 4 people in the world who would have committed an act of violence, committed an act of aggression, and this includes domestic violence. What's going on behind the doors of your house? What's going on out in the streets? Acts of war, acts of crime, burglaries, robberies, shootings, stabbings, other types of murders. All of it. 3 out of 4 people that would have done something to hurt other people decided to stay home that day, or whatever. Maybe they were out, but they just didn't do anything wrong. They didn't hurt anyone. It's almost unbelievable to conceptualize how that could even be possible. And yet, the science behind this is absolutely irrefutable. Multiple studies, 39 different studies that I'm aware of, were published mostly in the Journal of Offender Rehabilitation, and they definitively proved, after multiple times of doing this, because they repeated it multiple times, that they could rule out weekends. It had nothing to do with whether it's during the week or the weekend. Oh, some people are going to say, yeah, it's the weekend. They ruled out weather. It has nothing to do with bad weather making people stay home or good weather making people feel happy. Had nothing to do with holidays. It worked just as well when there was no holiday as if there was. Every single other factor that could account for this amazing global effect was eliminated. Every single one. So then that gets to the point of, okay, wow, what do we do with that? Where do we take this information next? And what does it mean for us? Well, obviously, we're not going to always be doing global meditations. And this is where we have to really get clever about how we look at this. Global meditations become a target. If you announce one, then certain negative forces will actually try to create events that target that same day to try to offset the effect. This is why I don't do more of these. This is why I don't telegraph it very much if I'm going to do one of these. Because if you make a big stink about it, and if you get everybody excited, I've seen this a few different times, crazy stuff seems to happen. And it's offset by the meditation, but it's still, there's this struggle, there's this war that starts to happen. And you might think I'm crazy, but again, if you're familiar with my work, this is going to be very comfortable, and you're going to understand what I'm talking about. So we have this tool, but again, it does not require somebody like me or any of a number of others to be able to go out there and do it. By the way, it also has been done by Lynn McTaggart, who wrote the book The Field. It's also been done by Greg Braden. Art Bell was doing these, which he called The Great Experiment. And he got freaked out about how powerful it was. So it really does appear to be a legitimate thing that has been multiply studied and replicated. But yet we have no tools in our mainstream paradigms to explain how this could be possible. What I really want to emphasize more than anything is that you don't need to be in the middle of an orchestrated mass meditation to get this thing to work. I don't want you to be stuck into a religious paradigm where you would, quote unquote, go to church on Sunday or mass meditation, and then you just go back to doing your life the way you normally would. There's never been a more difficult time in Earth's history to have a positive attitude, right? It's never been more difficult to think positively, to be happy, to be optimistic about the future, to feel safe in your home. Elizabeth and I, a month and a half ago, were sitting watching television, and we heard gunshots right outside the house. They were about 20 feet away because I saw the muzzle flashes. I saw flashes of light, bright white light, correlated with the sound, okay, on my curtains. And we're just sitting there going, whoa, okay, I don't know what to do here, but I think we should just sit still and just stay very calm and peaceful. And we heard additional gunshots, and it was like the person was driving off. Nobody called the police. We never heard sirens. We never saw flashing red and blue lights. Nothing happened. And whoever it was probably just drunk and shooting up into the sky. But that's very unsettling to have that happen around your own house where you actually see the muzzle flashes on the curtain. Now, I've told this story before, but this is incredibly significant. One of these mass meditation groups took place in Lebanon. And Lebanon was in the middle of a very, very violent and destructive war as the gathering was taking place. So, while these people are there meditating together, knowing the history, knowing that a group of people will reduce crime, fatalities, terrorism by up to 72%, they heard something like what was happening to me, but much, much, much worse. Machine guns, bombs going off, literally right outside the building that they were all meditating in. And they all had to make a decision at that point. Do we stay here and do we practice what we preach? Do we apply the science that we believe is true, that we've proven is true? Or do we run like hell and panic and run out the door and hope that we don't get shot on the way out? They decided to stay in place, to keep meditating, to stay calm. And so everybody, even as the sounds are going on outside and everything like that is happening, they actually just meditated. Within 20 minutes, all of the noise stopped, all of the violence went away, and it became completely quiet in the building and outside. And people had tears streaming down their faces. People were hugging each other when it was over. It was unbelievable, because if there's ever a way to find out whether this really works, it's in that kind of a situation. So when I heard the gunshots outside my house, it's like, okay, I'm going to stay calm. I'm not going to freak out. I'm not going to act crazy because I might have an effect on this person. Some of the other things that we could talk about include studies from the Institute of Heart Math, in which they actually studied the brainwave activity, the heart rate, the respiratory rate, and galvanic skin response, which is the electrical activity on the surface of your skin, in people who lived next door to each other but had never even met. So they wire them up to these machines and they study their breathing, their heart rate, their brainwave activity, and their electrical skin activity. What did they find? It's very, very fascinating. They found that we all synchronize with each other. And again, this is happening all the time. That's what the science reveals. Your heart rate is synchronizing with others. Your breathing rate is synchronizing with others. Your brainwave, the overall brainwave activity and the type of brainwave activity, obviously not specific details, but the overall character and quality of the brainwave activity was the same. And then the most interesting thing to me is that they found out very consistently that there's a big difference between someone who is in a state of stress and someone who is in a state of peace, happiness, love, and meditation. When you're in a state of peace, happiness, love, and meditation, you get very smooth brain waves, okay? They're very smooth, and they don't have a lot of jaggedy pieces to them, and that indicates that your mind is quiet, you don't have a whole lot of thoughts going on. Whereas, if you're in an agitated state, if you're nervous, if you're upset, if you're stressed out, you might have a lot of really choppy activity in your brain waves, and it just does all this stuff. Over and over and over and over, these Institute of Heart Math studies showed that whoever has the greatest coherence wins. In other words, if you start meditating, the person next door to you actually calms down. They synchronize with you. You become the winning card. I'm not going to say the name of the card because then that could get my channel taken down too. Special cards have special names. This is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous, the whole thing. But anyway, that's another... We'll hang out later. I'll tell you more about it privately, but not here. Okay? We're friends. We could talk. You know what I'm saying. If you followed my work for any length of time, you know exactly what's going on. I don't need to tell you. There's lots and lots and lots of ways to find it because it's a really easy to solve mystery, okay? And the ship is leaking and it's sinking fast and there's nothing they can do about it. And it's wonderful. Ultimately, if this all works out the way I think it will, it is incredibly wonderful. But let's get back to coherence. The person with the greatest coherence wins. And so this shows that even on an individual level of one person, that if you actually start meditating, if you actually pray, if you actually have a sense of peace and tranquility in your heart, scientifically speaking, you alter the free will of others right next door. Remember when I talked about that random number generator series of experiments? Well, did you know that one of the other ways that they could make the computer go into very, very non-random number generating, where they start giving patterns and the same numbers keep coming out, or the pattern of numbers comes out? Meditation. If you meditate in the room with the computer starts doing really weird stuff. Why? Because you're changing the way that electricity flows. You're changing the way that electricity flows around you in the atmosphere, you're changing the way it flows in the computer, and you're changing the way it flows in the people next door who don't know that you're meditating. Along these same lines, if you have read my latest book or if you followed what I'm doing, I've always talked about the significance to me of a spiritual body of knowledge called the Law of One. Now, the reason why I support this is only because it is so chock full of innovative and amazing new scientific modalities that I was then able to go out there and verify with research that did not exist at the time the book came through L&L Research in 1981. L&L Research. L&L stands for Light Love, okay? And the original team was 3 people. Dr. Don Elkins, who was a PhD physicist, Carla Ruckert, who was his companion, and then Jim McCarty, who moved in with them right before this new contact started in 1981. Now, they had been trying to do spiritual telepathy communication, what they called tuned trance telepathy. You go into a very, very deep trance and you get your mind out of the way, you get your chattering ego out of the way, and allow the words to come through you as they do. This is something that can be taught, it can be studied, it can be practiced. I'm not doing that right now. I started to scratch the surface of it in our last class. Actually, the one before Path of Light, we did Great Awakening. Yeah, I started to talk about that, but again, the dream analysis to me is really the most important practice. Please try to remember your dreams and write them down, and if you do get my new book, you can find out how those dreams analyze into guidance for you. And if you really are, if money is that bad that you can't even spend $20 on a book, you can actually get the audio version for free by signing up for a 1-month trial of Amazon Audible. And then the book costs $0 and you own it forever. And if you don't like Audible, you can cancel after 1 month or any time within that month. So you literally can score my book for nothing. So nobody really has any reason to complain about that. And it's not very expensive anyway. So the dreams are very valuable, but if you really want to go into the high octane thing, you got to get into this tuned trance telepathy where you're attempting to bring words through from higher level beings. So as this was being done with the Law of One contact, they had a total of about 120 sessions. I think it was 126, something like that. It started in 1981 and it ended in 1983. When I found the books, it was 1996, and the story is in my new book, and it just absolutely blew me away because by that point, I had spent 3 years studying the heck out of the UFO field. I emptied out the 000 section in the local libraries. I had read probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 to 500 books. I don't really know, but it was around at least 300. And I would buy any new books as they came out, even though I was totally impoverished as a college student, barely had enough money for food. Thank God I had the meal plan. What was I spending my money on? Education for myself. I was getting an education in UFOs. Now, why did I care so much? I've said this many times. You don't want repeated material, but a couple of you might not know this. When I was a sophomore in college, and I had just gotten myself out of a debilitating substance abuse problem where I was using some alcohol and sometimes binge drinking and sometimes I blacked out, I think, once. I vomited on alcohol several times. I went to parties where I saw all kinds of crazy, horrible stuff going on. College parties can be really, really gnarly. And I also did take psychedelic drugs. So I didn't have positive experiences on psychedelics. I always felt tuned into the earth and the earth's consciousness and the idea that something is really, really wrong and we're not paying attention to it. I lived through the 1980s in which the threat of nuclear war was omnipresent. We were always not knowing when or if something like that was going to happen. It wasn't until many years later that I discovered that they actually did want to do this because they had a gigantic infrastructure built underground with tunnel boring machines or TBMs where they created cities. And it's not like it's just an indoor facility. I'm talking about inside the earth, it's like bubble wrap. There's all these caverns that are 20 to 60 miles wide. And you can live inside these. They have atmosphere. For some, probably, again, consciously divine reason, a divine creator did this. They typically have a bioluminescent bacteria that grows on the ceilings of these domes, which actually gives you a low light. There are civilizations that live in there, and over time, their eyes adapt to the low light conditions, and they get larger and larger and larger. So that explains some of the ET phenologies that we see. So when you have a facility like this, where you have a natural cave underground that actually has light, it also has running water that's drinkable water, and it also has life. They're typically little white things like you would see down at the bottom of the ocean. Remember, down in the Mariana Trench, they have silicon-based life that's not even carbon-based at all. Totally different type of life that grew down there with no light and extraordinary cold. So apparently these caves are very common, and you can go in there, and probably all those little guys that are alive in there don't really do very well, but I don't think most people care. You know, we're talking about the military-industrial complex, which in the past hasn't necessarily had the best track record. But what you can do is you can actually terraform it and make it into a city. You can grow grass, you can grow trees, you can bring in birds, you can bring in lizards, you can bring, well, there's definitely lizards down there, but that's a whole other discussion. Get it? And they're big, they're 14 feet tall, and they're nasty and they have sharp teeth, but we'll get into that some other time. Anyway, they build cities with buildings and roads, and they have cars that don't emit any pollution because they don't want to create that down there. You have big ventilation fans that duct out air to the outside. Sometimes they'll open the iris a little bit, and it's the same effect as when you blow through a trumpet. You get this terrifying growling noise that has been heard all over the world, and people thought it was the trumpets of the apocalypse or something. No, it's just when they ventilate out of these underground bases. If they don't open it up all the way, it's the same as blowing a trumpet, and then the shaft that the air passes through becomes the trumpet funnel, and it starts to vibrate and make very, very disturbing noises. So you have buildings down there, and there's a whole bunch of people. Beginning in the 1950s, there was something called the brain drain. And according to one of the insiders I'm going to be talking about today, Pete Peterson, 85 million people were brought into this world in which they either went underground or off planet. And they never came back to the surface again. Most of them never came back to the surface, and they were mandated by law to have lots of children. And if you want to see a dramatization of those kinds of cultures, you look at something like Divergent, the movie series. That apparently, whether they did it intentionally or whether it's a telepathic download from our mass consciousness, Divergent is very similar to how these societies work, in which people are assigned different categories. They have different roles depending on what caste they're put in, essentially, and they're forced to have children, which Divergent doesn't really go into that too much. So they would be sitting pretty underground. You know, if you have roughly 250 of these underground facilities, they can flex and hold up to 65,000 people. That's a lot. So everybody's got a ticket down there. And the elite, of course, had their tickets to go down there, so they weren't worried about the seemingly impossible paradox of a nuclear war. They would have been okay. But if you study the work of astronauts like Dr. Edgar Mitchell, if you look at the Michael Hastings 2011 National Press Club event, which again is excellent, and also his movie is excellent, a lot of people came forward at that time to reveal that they had seen UFOs over nuclear missile installations, power them down and render them inert, and then the ship would go away and they'd come back online again. Just recently, this has been formally acknowledged to be true. Luis Elizondo, who is now the face of the AATIP, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, there's the hint. Luis Elizondo said, okay, yeah, we've had these ships come over these nuclear missile installations and power them down, and we find it to be very frightening. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm actually pretty psyched that there's somebody out there who has the consciousness to stop us from having a nuclear war. Because one of the briefings that we got, if you've heard me talk about this, I've heard this from at least 4 different insiders, is that after the fall of the Iron Curtain around 1991, thereabouts, there was a mass event in the world where all of the different nuclear missiles that we had, we as in everybody, doesn't matter what country it was, their warheads melted down. And their guidance systems were so disabled that they were no longer able to fly in a straight line. They just go all around like that. That appears to be part of why Russia tapped out. And we do talk about that in my first movie, Above Majestic, along with this Sri Yantra mandala that appeared in the desert, which I've heard some people try to say it was a hoax, but if it was a hoax, it's an incredibly, incredibly good one. And even if that's true, those people very likely were influenced to make that formation at the time they did so that it would signify this massive change in the world that we didn't get to know about yet. Another thing I really love is if you look at the science of crop circles, which again is way outside the spectrum of what we're going to do in one video here. There was a very, very amazing crop circle that appeared just less than a month before 9/11 and in 2001. And it's one of the biggest formations we've ever seen. It's all, you see the tractor lines and they're 40 feet apart, and it's got like 8 or 9 tractor lines wide. And it's this huge, beautiful, spiraling shape. And that, I think, was again showing that we're going to be okay in the long run, even though we go through a very upsetting moment in time. So where is all this heading for us right now? When you have benevolent ETs that melt down all your warheads, which I don't think they're going to tell us that anytime soon on the NYT. That's not going to be the first one you hear. That's very, very, very classified. Maybe they'll do it. Maybe they'll release it just because I put it out there. I don't know. If they really want to scare the pants off of everybody. But these people do not want us to do this because we're not just going to hurt our own planet and our own species and our own civilization. There are lots of different extraterrestrial human groups apparently living inside these various cavities in the earth. So there are cities down there that some of these beings have that are much more advanced than the stuff that we've built, we as in the military-industrial complex, made by humans on Earth. There's all different types of civilizations here, and there's, in some cases, very large populations. And again, this might sound crazy, but when you really start tapping into the UFO phenomenon, you realize they're not coming from a long ways away to get here, everybody. They're not all, oh, I wonder if they're grays from Zeta Reticuli. Okay, well, that's maybe one place that some of these beings came from. But again, try to wrap your head around this. Ufology has become mainstream. They're talking to you about it in the New York Times. You have official government sources saying multiple discs have crashed. We retrieved them. That's all they're going to say right now. And what they don't understand is your popularity on the internet is only as good as the strength of your ideas. And so if you're trying to peddle a very limited idea that you think about it for a few minutes and then you go on with your life, there's already all these other ideas out there that are very fascinating, that are very complex, that go into all this depth, and that's the study of ufology. So, like, why are they trying to just crash our party and act like this is new? That's why it doesn't track. People aren't really paying attention. It hasn't created any big kerfuffle of any kind, okay? But the fact that it's been acknowledged is irrefutable. I'm going to show you this in just a minute. So, like, what's the big deal? Okay, do you need the government to tell you that it's true? Do you need the nanny state, if you want to use that term, to hold your hand? It's okay. It's okay. You can believe now. We're not going to make fun of you anymore. We're not going to ostracize you. You're not going to lose your job. You're not going to lose your friends. You're not going to be called stupid. Now it's okay. Well, they're not really doing a very good job of this because there's been a disinformation psychological operation going on to humiliate and dehumanize anybody who is an experiencer ever since it started with the Kenneth Arnold sightings in 1947, followed shortly thereafter by the Roswell crash. The Roswell crash, it's a fact. Edgar Mitchell, the same astronaut, interviewed over 40 different eyewitnesses to it who had, in some cases, seen the bodies, transported the wreckage. And one of the things that we're going to be talking about, or that we are talking about right now, I don't ever like to say we're going to talk about whatever, is that a being that came out of the ship in the Roswell crash, I'll go wide on this one, a being that came out of the ship on the Roswell crash was holding this box in his hands. And so some of them lived, okay? One of them, I guess, died pretty fast. Another one ended up living for a while, and they called him EB, or extraterrestrial biological entity. For those of you who've studied ufology, this is old and boring, so I'm not going to go into detail. But what you may not know is that EB, or one of his buddies, was holding on to this little box, and they got a hold of the box, and what they discovered was that when you interface with it with your consciousness, these are all consciousness-assisted technologies, the box opens up like the petals of a flower, and then inside is this weird, colorful grid. I think I have a slide where you're going to see this. And then above the box is an image that's like a three-dimensional hologram. And it's beautiful. It's very crisp, very sharp, very clear. And this apparently was the navigation system for the craft. It was a consciousness-assisted navigation system. This is consciousness technology. So you think about where you might want to go in space and ultimately in time. And then the hologram will show you that approximate location. If you decide, yes, that's where I want to go, you will the ship to fly to that location. The ship has a system which, as it turns out, is based in the seat. All you need is the seat from the UFO. This is the Montauk Project, which we're going to talk about later, and my whistleblower. I'm going to give you his real name for the first time and all the stuff that he didn't want me to tell you about himself until he had died. That's part of why I'm doing this, okay? And you're going to see his picture, and this is a world exclusive. Anyway, what he said was that a portal will open up in front of the ship as you think about where you want to go, and then you fly through the portal and you arrive where you need to go. So the cube was some type of navigation system that allowed you to visualize where you want to go, and then you make the decision and you make the trip. But the cube apparently could be brought out, and it's not like they had wires. I mean, come on, it's wireless. So it's sitting there on the dashboard. You think about where you want to go, and whoop, there you go. So fascinating beyond belief, because they discovered very quickly that they could think about the future and they could see the future with the what they called the Orion Cube, or it was also called the Roswell Cube, but mostly it was called the Orion Cube. So when you thought about the future, you would see a potential future, but it was a particular part of reality that may or may not actually happen depending upon the choices that we make now. In other words, nobody really can fully predict the future. You can only look at probable windows of time and look at what is the strongest timeline that magnetizes the most amount of probability that that's going to happen. Now, many of the insiders who I've spoken to throughout my career, several of whom did not talk to anyone else in the entire UFO community, frankly, because they didn't trust them. They only trusted me because I didn't betray anyone. I heard multiple insiders talk to me about layered time. And this is how they try to conceptualize this, that there's these different layers of time that are stacked on top of each other, and they're all existing in simultaneity. They're all there in some parallel universe, some parallel reality. And the choices that we make moment by moment determine which timeline we magnetize. And that's really, really trippy and really, really cool. So they were able to use this Orion Cube to look into the future and to see probable windows of time. And there are other systems like Project Looking Glass that actually do the same thing, in which Project Looking Glass, and I'm sure I have slides for this, it's modeled off of the pineal gland. I've said this many times, so again, I won't repeat myself. You can go back and watch previous videos on this channel. I did cover it in one of the big 5-hour ones that I did here a few months back in April, I believe, where the pineal gland is just a hollow area in the geographic, if you will, or the geometric center of your brain. It's right in the middle. It has more blood flow going through it than any other part of the body, and all that's inside is floating water with little crystals in it. And there's very strong evidence from guys like Dr. Rick Strassman that some of those crystals are dimethyltryptamine, or DMT. So one of the things that I got really excited about was that the man who had made more synthetic DMT than anyone else in the world would dry it out into a dish and he'd hit it with a hammer, and big flashes of color would come out, colored light from the DMT. And it could change. You could hit it with a hammer once and you get blue light. You hit it with a hammer again, you get red light. You hit it with a hammer again, you get yellow light, and on and on and on. Well, there's a very unique name for that in science. It's called piezochromatism, in which you have a compression of a crystal, which then releases light in the form of photons, which in this case can be apparently any color in the rainbow spectrum. And it varies just, I guess, if you really got technical, it would have to do with how you hit it with a hammer and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, what does this mean? This means that apparently the pineal gland is using this somehow. It's using the piezochromatic properties of DMT, which your body naturally has. So what can happen for you is that you can be meditating, and the big secret is, and I talked about this in my first book, Source Field Investigations, or in Britain it's called Hidden Science of Lost Civilizations. The interior of the pineal gland, the whole interior of it, is coated with these little cells called pinealocytes that are identical, basically identical to the rods and cones in the retina of your eye. What in the world are rods and cones doing inside your pineal gland? And best of all, there's a brain circuit that they found that goes straight from that pineal gland to the visual cortex in the brain, exactly the same as the one that comes out of your eyes. So it is a third eye, it does have retinal tissue, and it does have crystals inside that at least theoretically can release colored light and send it through into the visual cortex. Now, one of the other insiders I'm going to be talking about today, the late Dr. Pete Peterson, actually described work that he did in secret government programs where with people who are alive, they drilled a little hole in your head and they sent a fiber optic cable inside your pineal gland, and apparently they were able to see the full color visual images coming through your pineal gland before they got captured by the rods and cones and before they got descrambled to whatever efficacy by your visual cortex. You have to close your eyes, you have to meditate, and you start getting these fleeting visual images. Usually when you get something through your pineal gland, it's a snapshot. It takes a lot of training and a lot of discipline to slow that down so that it's not just a split second and you can see it for a longer period of time. If you meditate enough and you practice enough, you can get to that, okay? But the really cool benefit of Project Looking Glass is that you can see what's inside somebody else's pineal gland because there is some sort of quantum correlation that takes place between the activity in your pineal gland and the activity in the machine. And of course, again, this is an extraterrestrial, highly advanced technology. As Arthur C. Clarke once said, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So if you had time travelers going back into the past and they had a little screen that they were using, somebody might call that a magic mirror because they don't know what the heck an iPhone is. They don't know how you showed them that video, whatever. So, and time travel does appear to be happening. And we've gotten some really, really compelling new briefings on this, which is why that's what I titled this talk. So let's go tight again here. When we look at all the evidence, when we put all the pieces together, the reason why Looking Glass worked is that they had this barrel that was in the same shape as the pineal gland, and inside the barrel was water like they had in the pineal gland. The other thing that I heard, which is sad really, is that the other ingredient to make Looking Glass work is ground up dust. Get a load of this now. You can laugh. I'm giving you permission to laugh, okay? Because that's how you got to access new information if you haven't heard me say this before. Ground up dust from extraterrestrial mummies. Because apparently extraterrestrial physiology, extraterrestrial DNA, extraterrestrial genetics allows for a much higher degree of psychic energy throughput, if you will. It's like the difference between a dial-up modem versus insane fast broadband. So apparently, if you grind up the dust of one of these extraterrestrial mummies, the sheer energetic power of that DNA is what makes this technology work. So They duplicate the conditions in the pineal gland, because the other thing I didn't say is the way the pineal gland works, and this is what Dr. Pete Peterson was studying, is that you get these electromagnetic effects. It's like this whirling, all this stuff. Like if my head's the pineal gland right now, let's say, there's all these electromagnetic fields going around different directions, and they get faster and faster. And you can actually feel that when you're meditating. It's like a vibrational rush. And you just feel this, whoa, it's like your skin starts tingling. Sometimes you feel a pressure in your head. That's when your pineal gland is firing up. It's like like you got that snowblower or the lawnmower. You finally pull on, it gets going. As that stuff spins around, what is it doing? It's creating a Faraday cage. It's creating electromagnetic shielding so that there's no electromagnetic energy, no radio frequencies, no TV, no cell frequencies, nothing getting inside your pineal gland. At that point, when it's electromagnetically shielded, the DMT apparently kicks in, and it allows you to start accessing these realms of consciousness, and it goes outside of linear time. So the way that they duplicated this, whoever invented this, apparently it was from an ancient civilization dating back at least 12,000 years ago. That was their conclusion. The dreaded A word, Atlantis, right? This technology would somehow create a quantum coupling, a quantum correlation with whoever is standing in front of the machine. So nobody could get too close. Only the guy that's going to run the thing. You got to be a good meditator. So then when you try to think about what areas in the future you want to look at, it's all visible on this display, because the machine has these rings that spin around the barrel. There's 3 rings. They spin around the barrel. They create that electromagnetic shielding, and then it's all encased inside a bubble that's filled with argon gas. And argon, there's some very interesting things related to argon when you get into the work of Dr. Kenneth Shoulders and his amazing charge cluster technology, which is it's one of the main contenders of what we're going to use to build hover cars, because you can create anti-gravity with these little things. It turns out that if you send electrical current, sorry I'm jumping around a little bit, but hang in with me. If you send electrical current down a needle and it comes off the point of the needle, you get this little ball of energy. And the ball of energy has all these very strange properties that shouldn't happen. It has way more electrostatic charge than it normally would. So it's got much, much greater energy in a much smaller package than it normally would, and it repels gravity. Plus, if you generate these charge clusters and you pass them through radioactive material, you deradiate the material. So when we start using charge cluster technology, we get free energy, because these things, if you generate a whole bunch of them, you get a lot of free energy out of it, more than it seems to take to generate, which is really true. That's just the nature of how charge clusters form. They attract more energy than it takes to make them, and then they emanate that energy. So they generate energy, they generate a gravitational pull that you can either push or pull with it. And they also are, again, deradiating radioactive material when you pass it through the material. So as I've talked about in other videos, I'm not going to run through all of it again. There have been these declassified patents filed by a man apparently named Salvatore Pais, and they are for a device called the HAUC, H-A-U-C, Hybrid Air Underwater Craft. And it's basically a flying black triangle, and the patent describes exactly how to build it and says that it is anti-gravitic. And in the other videos I've done, we have compelling evidence that they've already built these, they know how they work. And Salvatore Pais also patented a compact fusion reactor that's all these little needles that whirl around, which is how you make charge clusters, okay? And that is a power system you could drop in the thing. The other thing I talked about before is that the HAUC craft is like a peanut. So there's a nut inside and then a shell on the outside, and that hollow area between the interior hull and the exterior hull, there's all these little needles where they can generate the charge clusters. So you generate them and then you steer them, and by first generating them, you then point them where you want to go, and that's how you get anti-gravity. So because I am working on hover car technology right now, I'm not joking. I'm not going to talk about it until we've got something for you, but we're getting pretty close. Once we get to that point, I can talk a lot more, but several of Pete Peterson's former associates I'm working with on this, and it's very, very real. We expect that once we get financed, hopefully, that we'll have an operational working prototype within 1 year, and that we could go into mass production within 4 years, where you will have a hover car in your garage at an affordable price. One of the designs that we have, I have schematics of it, the wings fold up like this so you can get it into the garage, because you do actually need some wings for like these ionic type of propulsion systems. You're shooting an ion cannon out the back, you have the anti-gravity, but you need thrust. So the wings kind of allow you to be what they call a flux liner. You're riding the gravitational flux instead of an airliner that uses air. And because it's hybrid air underwater craft, you can also fly underwater with these at a much, much greater rate of speed than would normally be possible with that kind of a system. So I'm very, very excited about the technology that we're going to have. And again, it's been handed to us. The military is handed to us. And as I've said before, Salvatore Pius translates as savior of our nation. Salvatore, savior. Pius, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I'm sorry, I'm probably mangling it. Pius means nation or country. So why would the military save our country by releasing these patents? Well, I think it's pretty obvious. We've talked about Space Force. I've done a lot of other videos suggesting that this forbidden technology is going to be part of what we're going to get. And the company that I'm working with is one of about 5 that I've been briefed on that are all working on this. And we're all in kind of like a little race with each other of who's going to do it first. Now, one of those companies that may or may not be in the 5, of course, is the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. The former lead guitarist and lead singer of Blink-182, Tom DeLonge, kind of face planted when he went on Joe Rogan, and he was all twitchy and funny when he was talking. And I don't really mean any harm to this guy. It's just like, you know, if everybody comes to you and they hand all this stuff to you on a silver platter, it's probably not true. All my insiders were hard-earned over many, many years. I reached out to him through a mutual associate. He never contacted me, and I did offer him this company before I got involved in the company I'm talking about that I'm now a part of. I tried to give it to Tom DeLonge. I gave him the contact info. I told him what it was, and he had the option to get involved, and he never called them. So before I took a crack at this myself, I said, well, if Tom DeLonge is out there saying that they want to get anti-gravity going, I don't really care how it gets done. Let's just get it done. I mean, I do care to a degree, but like ultimately, you know, as Pete Peterson used to say, don't count your chickens until you're wiping grease off of your lips. You're not really going to get anything out of this. You're not really going to get anything out of having this technology and then nobody develops it. So if Tom DeLonge was developing it, yeah, here it is. I gave it to him. He didn't take it, okay? Tom DeLonge sat down with William Tompkins, and he walked out on him in the middle of the meeting. This amazing 93-year-old World War II vet who has a stunning disclosure story. Tom DeLonge got up and walked out on him. That's a fact, okay? And Tom DeLonge, for whatever reason, has many, many different images of Masonic symbols on all of his gear, his guitars, his amps, his straps, his clothes, you know. So that's not necessarily bad, but like when you start to think about the fact that you have to contain an oath of secrecy here, and it just really disturbed people when Tom went on Joe Rogan and he wouldn't talk about this and he wouldn't talk about that, and he's very cagey, and he's all twitchy and stuff. Ever since that happened, they never brought him out as a public figure except in very scripted, pre-taped segments. He never did anything live again, and they switched to Luis Elizondo. Luis Elizondo is now the face of this. And again, I don't have any intrinsic problem with what they're doing. But if this is not the full story, or if they're going to try to spin it to say that all extraterrestrials are evil and threats, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, then yeah, we have a problem. Because the UFO field is so vast. I mean, I've been doing this for so long. There's so many pieces of information I can whip out of my hat and tell a completely different story of how to paint the picture. You know, it's like all these colors I have to play with of what kind of art I want to make when talking about UFOs, because there's so much data. It's just staggering. So anyway, let's go back to the slide again. these, as I said, 2020 has been the biggest mass consciousness event of all time, and these mass consciousness events are leading to the awakening of our collective mind, as I was saying, and you can see that with things like the meditation effect. So if the meditation effect is happening now, and we can start to create that goodwill, then we can steer this thing. We don't have to be feeling powerless against violence. And again, I don't recommend getting all churchy and thinking that you have to do a mass meditation. The real secret is for you to maintain that positivity, whatever you're doing, wherever you are, whatever's going on in your life, just keep that positive focus, stay grounded, stay peaceful all the time. And I understand that it's never been more difficult to do that than it is now. But it's never been more important for you to do that than it is now. So again, let's go back to the slide. As I was saying before, and shameless plug of my book title, we are now awakening in the dream that we were once so convinced was reality. The real world is much different than what we are being presented with in the media right now. That's obvious. We've already been talking about that. The truth is being suppressed, censored on an epic scale, and it's a very difficult thing to process. I've talked about the idea that ETs are not all evil. They are the root of all major world religions, world traditions. They're out there, folks. They've been doing this for a long time. They are protecting us. That's why they haven't let us have a nuclear war. It seems very disingenuous for me, for Luis Elizondo to try to say that this is a dangerous thing, that this is a bad thing. And I understand if you're in the military, you got to see everything as a threat. It's your job, right? If somebody's powering down this installation, we got to look at this as a very credible threat. And they also recently, another article that they came out with was saying, oh my God, in one incident, somebody was trying to go after a UFO and his radar got scrambled. That's an act of hostility. Did the craft engage? Meaning, did they power up weapons and did they fire? No. There was no engagement. And again, it seems very disingenuous, very kind of ridiculous and silly to try to make people afraid, as if we don't have enough to be afraid of already. Now they want us to be afraid of evil aliens, and that everything is evil. Everything extraterrestrial oriented is bad, and oh my God, we're scared now, and you should be scared too, everybody, because if you don't already have enough stuff to be scared about, you need to be scared about this too. Let me really zoom in on the I'm not buying it. Why? Because why are you guys cherry picking a tiny little subset of the data of UFOs, which is so huge? You cherry pick a little bit and you look for the most negative stuff you can find, and then you amplify it. And your hair's on fire like Beaker. Oh my God. Come on, man. And that's the Muppet Show. It's it dates my age, but Beaker, yeah. They used to call me Beaker because at one point I shaved the sides of my head in college and only had hair on the top, which was an accident. I was trying to cut my own hair. I did that here in Colorado recently. I think it looks pretty good. But at the time, I was grabbing chunks of hair on the back of my head and cutting it with the scissors like this. And I had these bald patches. And this woman who was across the way from me, Dina, said, sorry, the only way we're going to save your hair is to shave off the sides and the back. And it ended up being the same haircut that she had. So for a while, I had this funky haircut, and I got a lot of heckling and a lot of hate. So all you haters out there, I got 45 years of tolerating this stuff. No big deal. Anyway, I don't know how the hell I got off on that. But the reality is, again, benevolent ETs actually do exist. This is a basic fact. It's a basic scientific fact that we're going to learn about at some point, probably pretty soon, because the Partial Disclosure Initiative will be thrown off by the DoD. They're not going to let this happen. We are going to get disclosure that's a lot bigger than we think we're going to get. And it's coming fast. And again, you're going to get toys that you can play with. So these benevolent ETs live outside of time. And this is another very, very intriguing fact that we get into when we start to study this stuff, that all anti-gravity, must be time travel. And I talk about the science of this in my first book. As soon as you shield off an area from its normal electrogravitational flux, because electricity and gravity are paired. This is another crazy thing. There's a lot of Russian science about this. There's a guy named Terletsky, and he has this science of quadrigays. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but it's Quadriges. The Terletsky quadrigays basically say, quadrigays, I mean, it sounds like a joke, right? It's like, was it in a bathhouse? Is it a sauna? How many? There's 4 of them? Rub-a-dub-dub, 4 minutes. I'm not even going to go there, okay? Jesus. Why do I do that to myself? I take that back. When we go back, we'll edit that part out. No, we can't do that. It's live. The Quadrigays. Yes. That's the name of our next band, okay? When you and I start a band, we're going to call it the Quadrigays. But nothing gay is going to happen. It's only a title. Anyway, wow, I got to stop. So much you can do with that kind of stuff. And I love comedy. So what did Terletsky basically discover? And this gets into heavy-duty Russian physics, but just hang in there. What he found out was that there's these natural things all throughout the world. And like, for example, the charge cluster is just a very tiny one. And remember I said the charge cluster is where you're shooting electrical current down a very sharp needle. It pops off the end of the tip, and it rolls into a ball, and now it's got all this energy, and it's anti-gravitic, and it also will deradiate radioactive material. But there's larger forms of this that are called ball lightning. It also shows up in the form of a tornado. A tornado would be a very large vortex like this. There's orbs and even poltergeists. Apparently, many poltergeist phenomena are these same kind of orbs. So what is happening is that gravity is flowing into this area of space, and inside the area, inside the sphere, gravity is turning into electromagnetic energy. And electromagnetic energy is turning into gravity. So the gravitational well that's forming this thing creates electromagnetism. And what is light? Light is electromagnetic energy. So it glows. A lot of these balls end up glowing. The charge clusters glow. So basically what you have here is that if you can create a charge cluster, if you can create one of these orbs, and some people have had amazing photographs where these crazy things show up on the picture that weren't there originally. Some of that is dust on the lens, and some of it is definitely not. I've seen some really, really amazing orb photos that are definitely not dust. Some people have showed me. So anyway, we can create these little guys with our minds. And so if you can create enough of them with your mind, you could levitate yourself, or you could levitate any other object. Nina Kalagina, the infamous Russian telekinetic psychic, would hold her hands together if you've seen the film, and she can make a little salt shaker move, and they got little matches on the ground. She's moving it along, and she's definitely not touching it. And the other thing that, there was another one named Alla Vinogradova who also could do this, and they actually found that when you measured the electromagnetic energy around the object that she was moving, it had perturbations and fluctuations that were the same as her brain waves and her heart rate and her respiratory rate. Just like I was saying about how somebody next door to you is going to be able to entrain with your energy so that if you're thinking positive thoughts, they will as well, right? When these women were actually moving things with their mind, the energy around the object matched all their vital signs. Again, because this energy is alive. And so they're creating gravitational thrust, they're creating movement with their consciousness. One of the things Pete Peterson was involved in was dealing with what they called warm formers. And warm formers were people who they would find, various defense contractors would find people, they would do these spoon bending parties, and they'd get people to hold the spoon. And, it's kind of silly, but he'd say you have to make love to the spoon with your mind. You want to feel a lust for that metal bending. And you just say, bend, 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 bend. And you just, but it's more of this you have to use the orgasmic energy, apparently. There's something about the orgasmic energy. And people would see the spoon, the bowl just goes, and just falls down. Nobody's touching it. Tines of a fork that just go down one by one like this, like they're melting. So they would find people that could do this, and they'd bring them in, and then they'd have them do bars, and the bars would get thicker, up to an inch thick of steel, and people would bend the bars, And then they get you into this thing where they'd have several of the worm formers, and they'd all put their hands on like a piece of titanium, which is very notoriously difficult to mold things out of. Although we've solved that now with titanium diboride, which is a sprayable titanium foam that we're going to be using to make your hover car. But that's another story, okay? But anyway, back then they didn't have titanium diboride, they didn't have the foam. So what they would do is they would have everybody meditate on this thing and use their telekinesis. And then all of a sudden, when you're least expecting it, boom! This thing comes down, it's a die, and it pops this piece out that would be very, very difficult to make through normal milling and normal technology. And everybody gets scared when it happens and they take their hands off, but now they've got this piece, and it's much, much cheaper to have people warm form the titanium and have it form that way as opposed to trying to mill it and trying to grind it down. It's very, very difficult, much more expensive. So the warm formers were cheaper. This is the kind of stuff that you get when you hang out with me, okay? It gets really weird really fast. But again, if you can make charge clusters in your mind, if your pineal gland is actually also going to generate charge clusters, which I believe it does. Remember I said it fires up, right? There's this energy it gets all going really fast, and you can actually feel it when you're meditating. At that point, you might be able to start generating a small amount of usually invisible charge clusters that will come out of your hands, and you can move things with your mind. The best way to do this is you take a wine cork from a wine bottle, you stick a needle in it, and then you fold a square piece of paper about this big into a pyramid. So it's like a nice little pyramid, and you leave it on top of the needle, and you don't want to breathe on it, of course, you don't want to cheat, but you hold your hands out like this, and then you again, in your mind, you make love to the paper. It's that erotic energy that's very important to do this. It's the energy of life, it's the energy of vitality. And if you try this, you might actually be able to get the paper to move. It's cheap, and I did it back in the day, and I had some very stunning things happen. And then I got cocky, and I put it under a glass, took a mayonnaise jar that was empty, and I stuck it over the thing, and I was still able to get it to work sometimes. One time I remember I was doing it, I meditated for a really long time, and all of a sudden the paper went boop, and it just did like a 9-degree turn very suddenly, and then it immediately stopped. Now here's the funny thing too, if you're doing the paper pyramid experiments, okay, and a certain percentage of you will be able to do this easily because 1 out of 1,000 people is a telekinetic by nature, and if you try, it's not going to be that difficult. So there's probably more than 1,000 people watching, so some of you will be able to do this right away if you just try. The paper makes it very easy. There's other ways to do it too, like you can take a little piece of foil and put it on the surface of water, like a little foil thing like this. You can make that move. Another one I've heard about is a piece of silk that hangs down vertically in a square, and you hold your hand out like this and you try to get the silk to make a bump so that it pushes out to the side when normally it wouldn't be able to. And you can hold that and get that to stay that way. Because of the energies that we're going through, I've talked a lot about this, more and more of us will be able to do these cool things. And I can honestly say that once you get that little paper pyramid to move, now you're in a different realm, because what will happen is you go, oh my God, it's moving, I'm so excited, and then it stops. You have to get to a point that you don't really care. You have to get to a point where it's not a big deal that this thing is moving. And you just kind of let it happen, let it move. And you'll eventually be able to train yourself so that you can keep it moving, and you're not going to get your ego in the way. So anyway, now we don't need to do that because of titanium diboride, which is a sprayable foam that's very lightweight. It has the hardness of titanium. And there's also a lot of cool 3D printing technology. There's a basalt composite that we're going to be using where it's extremely strong and it's just made out of stone. And it's also very, very, very lightweight. So there's lots of cool technology that's coming our way. So let's go back to the slides now. Oops, now that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so yeah, the benevolent ETs live outside of time. We were talking about that. And they've also generated ancient monuments and these ancient prophecies about the so-called ascension, which is one of my favorite topics of all. And we're not going to do all that again because then somebody's going to be cranky pants and say, oh my God, David, you repeated some information. Sorry. Anyway, that's not really anything strange anymore. The Ancient Aliens show has now gone fully mainstream. It turns out that it's the most popular show on television in India and many of the countries in South America. And again, this is their metrics. It's not my information. That's just what we know. But as a result, people now realize, getting back to the slide once again, megalithic monuments cannot be duplicated. You can't make this out of conventional technology. The people in Japan tried to build the Great Pyramid at 1/5 of its size, using the best cranes, the best laser-controlled telemetry. It didn't work. It didn't work. The pyramid fell apart. Nothing that they could do could even begin to duplicate that thing. And maybe some point I'll whip out the pyramid data in a later video, because that stuff is really, really amazing too. Getting back to the slides again, another big part of all this is that millions of people have had abduction-type experiences. I talk about that greatly in my new book. There's a lot of new mysteries. Maybe I'll discuss those later on. I'm not going to do that right now. But I also, as I was turning around looking at my stuff, I noticed, once again, when I was a kid, if you've never seen me describe this before, I had a strange dream where I was taken to this place that I called Planet Z. And I described that once I got there that I met with this intelligent being. A lot of times, apparently, abductions are, screen memories look like dreams, but it actually was some kind of contact. And under hypnosis, you get more information. Well, notice that this has a curiously shaped head. This was before I'd ever seen a picture of a gray or had any idea what they would look like. I was very young when I did this. And notice also that he has these interesting vertical slit pupils. So, and then the part that you don't see is that I drew this mouth in the middle of his chest just because I kind of felt this being was terrifying and horrifying. So I drew this big mouth in the middle of his chest, like in the movie The Thing, when the guy's getting his heart jumped and all of a sudden his whole chest opens up and bites the guy's arms off. I had seen that as a kid. It traumatized me greatly. And so maybe for some reason that's why my intelligent being seems to have one finger in particular that he has raised in my illustration. I don't know if I consciously thought about that or not, but our little friend, Mr. Turtle here, he's kind of got the same idea. This is probably how a lot of nature is feeling about human beings on Earth right now. I had to throw that in there just to have some fun. But again, getting to the point of what we were talking about, the mainstream media is now fully acknowledging that UFOs exist. This is the New York Intelligencer, and you can see the date there is July 24th, 2020. So it's very recent, and it says, the headline is, the Pentagon has reportedly found off-world vehicles not made on this Earth. Well, holy smokes. I mean, this is really, really amazing because it's official. It's out there in the news. It's not a superstition anymore. It's not up to debate. They have said this, and they've said that they have multiple crashes that they retrieved. So when are you guys going to tell us about the Orion Cube? When are you guys going to tell us about the fact that both the good guys and the bad guys in our planetary secret game have been able to see the future, and so it's this constant game of cat and mouse of who gets to win the temporal war. Who can outthink the other one in the 3D chess game of time? Because each side can see what the other one is going to do. So that's part of what has made this whole thing that the Alliance is doing, that I've talked about in so many other videos, very difficult. This is not... It's a very difficult thing. There's apparently over 100,000 sealed indictments that are all going to be unsealed. Most of that will probably be after November or sometime maybe in the middle of November. We're going to get some of them before, I think. It's sure looking like it. And that's exciting too. But anyway... The Pentagon has officially said, yep, we found off-world vehicles, not of this Earth, and we held on to them, and we got them. Whoa, okay, so what now, you guys? Are you just going to expect us to be happy with that for a month and a half, 2 months, 3 months? When are you going to say anything else? Okay, so you have them, let's see one. And they talk about in here that they have materials from the thing, and that the materials have been determined to be of non-earthly origin. They have unusual properties and all this stuff. So you'd think that this is a very sober, reassuring type of article, but then let's look at the picture that they paired up with it, okay? Check this out. So here's this woman wearing these sunglasses. I believe. And there's this creepy gray there in the background. And let's read a little bit from this, because this is pretty fascinating. Oops, I was going to take the quote, and that's right, I ran out of time. The other thing I ran out of time for was to talk about this, which is, if we go back here, there's George Norrie. Okay, somebody dressed up as George Norrie. It's absolutely hilarious. And so even when they're telling you the truth, they still have to embed it in a bullshit sandwich. I guess I shouldn't have said that either. I'm sorry, everybody. So this is the moment I've waited I do have it. Okay, this is the moment I've waited my entire life for, or so I thought. But everything else is so depressing, it's like, really? Okay, so there she is up close, and here's George. Okay, so there's the analog, and then here is the real thing. See the magic of technology, how I can do that? And then what's up with the hand? I think this person had an alien hand with 3 fingers, if you look at the hand carefully. So George Norrie has a dark and disturbing secret in this character that this person created. All right, so now we're really going to get into the good stuff here. I don't want to take too much more of your time, because 7 to 8, 8 to 9, it's already 9:13 on the East Coast, and I don't want to keep you up all night. So my first high-level insider, who I actually got personal access to, was Daniel. And Daniel, actually, I began talking about him and his work in roughly 2004 or 5. But there's a lot of things that you don't know. And so I'm going to kind of unveil some of this for you, because very tragically and unfortunately, Daniel died this year. And he died around, I guess it was February 4th or somewhere right around that time, early February. I did get a chance to interview him here in this room, but it was by telephone. I had to hold up my cell phone to the microphone. I was looking at the levels to make sure that they were good. And he basically spilled the whole story, and he was amazingly verbally articulate. He was on a lot of medication because he was dying from cancer, so his voice slurs a little. But even so, he's amazingly articulate, spoke very, very quickly. Now, I'm going to tell you more about him, because as it turns out, this is who he really is, okay? Oops. That's me. I'm not Daniel, okay? How do I do this? Okay, let's see. Yep, I got to hit that button. His real name is Dr. Bruce Perrett. And here he is later in his life when he was working as a security guard. Now, he never, ever allowed me to take a picture of him. And so I don't have any pictures of him. And in all of the internet, there's only 2 other pictures of him in existence, and they're both really bad if you want to see his eyes, okay? But it's all we got. So this is the first picture of Bruce, and this comes off of a particular website dedicated to something, this physics he was working on, called the reciprocal system. And here's another picture of Bruce where you can kind of see him smiling more. So this insider claimed that he was working on the Phoenix 3 project from 1981 to 1983. Now, what is that? The Phoenix 3 project is what most people call Montauk. So Montauk is allegedly a program in which a seat out of a UFO from one of these crash retrievals that, by the way, now they've officially acknowledged they have them, folks, okay? So this stuff is starting to sound less crazy, because they've already told you that there's a UFO that they got. There's multiple UFOs they got, probably different makes and models from different people, different places, right? Different technology. Wouldn't you expect that if it has anti-gravity, that there's all kinds of cool technology in there that we don't know about right now? And if it is true that by shielding gravity that you shield time and you have a time machine, by definition, an anti-gravity machine is a time machine. Apparently, when you shield off your gravity, this is the big, big secret that everybody knows in the inside world. When you shield off your gravity, you also shield off the flow of time. And now, time doesn't move for you in that local area. Now, Einstein would have disagreed with that. Einstein would say that time is locally invariant. That's the technical physics term for it. But local invariance is wrong. Now, Einstein also kind of got around it by invoking something called frame dragging, where like the space-time fabric, as he calls it, is traveling along with you as you move through space. And so as you move through space, you're also moving through time. This is why Einstein would say that as you go towards light speed, that you're also slowing down time, so that if you went back to where you came from after taking a light speed journey, it's the future, like way in the future, and everybody you knew and loved is gone. So there was a whole, there's been a whole dialogue about that, but it's as if you could only go forward in time. That's not really actually true. If you shield gravity, you can either go forward or backward in time just by traveling in a direction. And it has to do with if you travel ahead of where the Earth was when you left, you go into the future. And if you travel behind where the Earth was when you left, you go into the past. See, the Earth is revolving in a certain direction. If you travel ahead of that revolution and then you come back down, you arrive in the future. If you travel behind that revolution and you come back down, you arrive in the past. Another thing they apparently found as they got into this anti-gravity and they studied these machines is that there are these eddy currents in the flow of gravity that represent essentially different dimensions. In other words, dimensionalities are enfolded in the gravitational field. Higher dimensions, other dimensions, are inside gravity. And some of these dimensions actually have time flowing backwards. So you can change the vibratory rate of the anti-gravity that you're producing, and you can get into these different zones where you can go into different parts of time. Okay? I'm going to have a lot more to talk about this. But what Daniel revealed was that the first two books written by Preston Nichols and Peter Moon, called the Montauk Project, are 100% true. And the reason is that he actually worked for Preston Nichols at this Brookhaven National Labs in Long Island. Now the official Brookhaven location on the map is west of Montauk Point, but of course they have an underground tunnel system, and apparently the way they paid for this program was with German gold after World War II that they smuggled in with submarines that they still had, and that provided the collateral to do this thing. He said that it was run by Brookhaven National Labs. They're going to deny it. Okay, that's fine. But that's what he said. Brookhaven ran the program. Okay? Now, what did they do? They got a hold of a seat from one of these crash retrievals, which the Pentagon and the New York Intelligencer and Luis Elizondo and all the partial disclosure folks are now saying, yep, we got crash disks. It's true. It's real. Okay. We already talked about the Roswell Cube or the Orion Cube. You hold it in your hands, you think about something, and you see the hologram shows you where it is. And then a wormhole opens up in front of your ship. You fly through it and you go to that place. Now, Bruce, his real name is Bruce, or Daniel, we can call him either one. Bruce actually was hired there in 1981, and he didn't know what the hell was going on for a long time. It was very compartmentalized. So what happened was they handed him a series of waveforms, and they wanted him to build a computer that would generate the exact same sequence of waves at the same rate and frequency. And there's apparently like 200 waves. Well, eventually, he got to see that there was this big bundle about this big of fiber optic cables coming through the wall, and each of the fiber optic cables had a different one of these waves on it. Well, eventually, he was allowed to go into the room where the fiber optic cables were coming from, and they were all connected to a seat that looked very futuristic, and they told him that it came from a crashed extraterrestrial recovered disk. But that was later in the program. It turns out that all you have to do is have a person sit in the chair and then blank out their mind, and they had a whole elaborate protocol that they taught people how to do this, okay? Their name for it is the quiet point. You find the quiet point within yourself. You blank out your mind, you find the quiet point, and then they have these 22 different, 21 or 20, I think it's 22 different main baseline frequencies the chair is giving off through these fiber optic cables, and they have this series of oscilloscopes, something like an oscilloscope where you see the wave that the person's mind is generating. Once they get really internally quiet, the waves stop moving. The best guy was Duncan Cameron, and they almost always had to use Duncan. Nobody else was good enough to do it the way he did. And of course, Bruce interacted with Duncan at great length, as he did with Al Bielek, who he said told a lot of lies and false things, which is very sad. Preston Nichols was there. Anyway, you would, once the person's mind hit quiet point, you'd have these 22 sine waves, and you'd turn these dials and you'd zero out the chair. All the sine waves now have to be flat, okay? At that point, this is where the magic happens. Once you calibrate the chair for the operator, if they think about a particular place, a portal opens up that will take you to that place. And if they think about a particular place and time, the portal will take you to that place and time, which is exactly the same function that the chair would have when it was in the UFO. It was a time machine. All UFOs are time machines by definition. If you shield gravity, you have a time machine, period. So there's some really, really cool stuff to talk about with all that. The original German secret space program was codenamed Kronos because the Die Glocke, or the bell, the little crafts they were making, they realized that when they used them that they were traveling through time. It becomes very obvious very quickly that you get a time slip by shielding off your gravity. So again, this sounds like it's very difficult to understand, but the physics of time travel nonetheless are true and real, and the technology works, and they've been using it for a really long time. So the plan, we're jumping way ahead now, but the plan, if you know the code name or the pro word, the plan, if you've heard me talk about that, that's the idea from the 1950s of how the mass arrests will happen and how we get our planet back. That apparently has been transmitted from our own future, where we in the military-industrial complex, we humans on Earth, however it was done, have been sending this thing back in time, the plans on how to do this, through these very, very unique quantum correlated devices, or QCDs, as I'm choosing to call them, the QCD. We're going to get more into that. Okay, so let's get into the Bruce story. The real story is that I was at L&L Research, and I was staying there with Jim McCarty and Carla Rucker, the people who did the Law of One, okay? And I'd lived there since March of 2003, I guess, or maybe February, because there was an event called the Homecoming. No, it was earlier than that, because the Homecoming event was in January, and so I actually basically didn't leave. I did the Homecoming, I went back to Virginia Beach, I packed up all my stuff, and I moved to Louisville, Kentucky. And I moved in with Jim and Carla, and I lived there for like a year, almost 2 years. Bruce showed up in December, and that's where, and he knew that the Law of One was the only thing that he'd ever read that seemed to articulate what he had learned in these programs. So that's where he first told me that he worked at Montauk, and I literally laughed in his face. I said, Montauk is BS, and I didn't say it that way. And I laughed in his face, a big belly laugh. I worked for Preston Nichols, it's true, you can laugh if you want to, but that was real, that book is real. I said, oh, come on, man, come on. But it was only because he spent so much time talking to me about it that within about an hour of our first conversation, I'm like, wait a minute, this is way too weird, it's way too specific, he's got way too many details, and again, he's never sought publicity, he never said his real name, he never said that he was the same guy as Montauk Daniel. I mean, I guess if you really, really dug around for it, a couple people online apparently found it, his identity, but it was not anything he wanted me to talk about. He wouldn't let me photograph him. He wouldn't let me film him. And even before he died, I wanted to go out there and film him, and I was only able to get a telephone interview before he passed from cancer. And I know why he passed from cancer, because when he lived with me, he cooked Spam all the time. He fried Spam. It smelled so bad. But that's another story. He didn't really have the most healthy lifestyle. A lot of these insiders get very damaged by what they've been through. So he was working at this place, and they're handing him these graphs, and they're saying, can you build a computer that makes these wavelengths? So at first, he did it digitally, but it didn't work. And they just said, no, we're not getting the results we need. And at a certain point, what they eventually found out was that when you have a digital graph, it's always going to be like a stairwell. It goes in stair-step patterns. So you have the wave is actually going to look like this on a big level, but then on a tiny level it's going like this. 90-degree turns, because it's either a 1 or a 0. So they brought him in and they started to tell him some things after he'd already been figuring out what was going on, because even before that, he was in the cafeteria and you would literally see this kind of shimmery thing. It looks like the mirage coming off of a road, and the shimmery thing is a portal, and there will be a totally different place on the other side. So one of the problems they had in the beginning with the chair is that they couldn't stabilize where the portal would appear. And so there were people that were not on a need-to-know basis, and they were in the cafeteria, and then Bruce started to notice that guys would just pick up their trays and walk over and walk away from the portal and then keep talking like nothing happened. The first way that he started to figure out what was going on is the janitor. It turns out that people were hanging out with the janitor, talking to the janitor at Montauk Point and at Brookhaven, because the two, again, were interconnected. And the janitor started to talk. So that's how Bruce originally learned what they were doing there. At some point, they brought him in and they said, we need to tell you what we're really doing because we can't figure out how to make this work. We want you to play these waves back accurately because these waves are coming out of a person's mind, and his name is Duncan Cameron, and this is how we're running a machine that opens up portals that let you go through space and time. Isn't that cool or what? Come on, I'll show you. Let's take a look. So that bundle of fiber optic cables, he got to see the other side of the room because they brought him into his room. He could touch the fiber optics and stuff while he was working. So he went into the other room, and the fiber optics went into the chair, and here's this guy, and then he sees the portal, and he sees somebody go through, and they close the door, and the portal closes, and then, time travel is happening. One of the things that the new briefings have revealed, which I didn't realize, and this is something Bruce wasn't privy to, is that very early in this process, starting in 1981, there was Phoenix 1, Phoenix 2, and Phoenix 3. So it took them a lot of work to get up to the point of getting that chair online so that it would actually function in its capacity. They needed an enormous power supply, huge power transformers, much greater than you'd expect. Once they gave it the right power at the right frequency, which is in the Montauk books, the first two, you would have this person zero out in the chair, think about a place, and the portal opens up, and it would take you there if you send somebody through it. They were apparently rounding up people who were homeless and sending them through the portals and just see what happens, see if they come back. And most of them didn't come back. So they eventually figured out we got to build something to track them. And what they built, as the new briefings have revealed, is these spheres that were about 14 inches wide, and they're chrome and metallic. And inside the sphere are these porcelain balls that spin around, and they create anti-gravity, which again, they've had all this time with these crash retrievals to figure out how that works. The balls are surveillance devices, and they're quantum correlated surveillance devices, so you can send them into the past, and they will actually send video and audio to the present. So you can send that, you can create one of these portals with the Montauk chair, send the sphere in, and have it look around, and then send somebody there when you decide that this is a good place to go. And the spheres, of course, are also invisible, and they're a little bit out of phase with matter, so you can't really touch them, okay? They also, let's talk about the quantum correlated device for a second. Time does not exist. Time is an illusion, and this becomes a very practical reality as you're studying how all this stuff works. So the way that time actually functions is that it's a flow contained in gravity, but it's not really there. Gravity is what makes it appear to be there. If you change the rate of the flow of gravity, you change the rate of time, and if you shield gravity, you go into this parallel reality where you can travel around, and as you travel through space, you're actually traveling through time. And so Bruce ended up studying this time travel thing. So here's the next thing I want to show you. This is really cool. Bruce was so amazed by the stuff that he learned when he was in this program that he ended up dedicating his entire life to studying the physics of time travel. Now, right now, I'm still at only 2 hours, so we're not going to do 5, folks, but we're definitely going to, it'll probably end up being 3, so just hang in there. But, you know, on the East Coast, you're going to be all right. You're going to be all right. It's very fascinating. So he was so amazed by this that he actually dedicated his life to studying the physics of time travel, And the best physics that he found was from a guy named Dr. Dewey Larson, and it was called reciprocal system, where he says that there is a reciprocal relationship between space and time. Now, I will be the first to admit, and I do this proudly, okay, that Bruce's understanding of physics was vastly beyond anything that I could wrap my head around. And he would say, it's a speed, it's a speed. And then he was always talking about ratios, and it's space over time, and time over space. And so basically, I mean, I don't want to try to go down the Dewey Larson rabbit hole. When I wrote Source Field Investigations or Hidden Science of Ancient Civilizations, whichever country you're in, I went into a lot of detail, and there's a lot of science, and maybe in the future I'll start unpacking that into more videos because I've never really covered it before. But what we're dealing with is that time and space are essentially two different versions of the same stuff. And the stuff, you know, in Larson's science, it's only called time. Now, the law of one says, the law of one endorsed Larson's physics because Dr. Don Elkins, who was the guy asking the questions in these sessions with an alleged extraterrestrial intelligence, that's allegedly what was talking through Carla Ruckert, he would ask these questions about Larsonian physics. So the whole book, too, is very difficult to read because it's all this physics stuff that's extremely difficult to understand. So I finally did the due diligence on that in my first book that was published and talked about the physics of time and space and how they intersect. But in the simplest possible terms, the basic idea is, how in the world could Einstein say that time is one-dimensional? There is no one-dimension anything. You're in a three-dimensional reference frame. You can't make anything one-dimensional. Anytime you're moving your finger through space, you're moving through a three-dimensional space, length, width, and height. Your planet is revolving, it's rotating on its axis, it's revolving around the sun is revolving around the center of the galaxy, right? You're always in motion. All of that motion is what creates your perception of the flow of time. If you shield that gravity, that motion no longer gives you a time reference point, and now you slip into another time frame, okay? So that's how apparently it works. In the simplest possible terms, gravity is what keeps you stuck in 3 dimensions of space with time apparently moving in only one direction. When you turn the gravity off, now you're in 3-dimensional time where you can move around and you have all these degrees of freedom. So Einstein really actually misled us by saying time is the 4th dimension. Larson said time is 3-dimensional. He has amazing physics to prove it. And as I said in my first book, he proved a whole heck of a bunch of stuff that, you know, the fine structure constant, which is how an atom jiggles when it has an electron enter or leave. He solved all kinds of astrophysics problems. He solved all kinds of quantum problems, logarithmic this and that. I mean, just it's crazy. It gets so complicated. And I'm not going to drag you through it because I don't fully understand it. I haven't actually taken the time to really dig into it. But I dug into it enough to show, yeah, this definitely looks plausible and it definitely looks true. So he studied the Larsonian physics because that was the only physics that could actually explain this weird stuff that he saw in these programs. So that's why he dedicated himself to the science of physics. So anyway, as I said, Bruce came to L&L Research in December 2003. We started to talk, and I pretty quickly realized he was telling the truth, and this was the first time that I got incredibly excited as I learned all these things I'm telling you about right now. And he insisted on an elaborate cover story. He did not want me to tell the truth about the fact that he had been there at L&L with us. He wanted me to hide that, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. You know, so we made up this story, and I do apologize, but this is how I protect confidentiality. I made up the story that you've probably heard if you watched my old videos, that I met him at a Denny's, and we actually had to target when I had physically gone to Albany, New York, and landed, so that I would have had to go to a Denny's because I did land late, and so I could prove with flight records that I went to Albany. The only thing that didn't happen is that he wasn't there, okay? But I did end up getting hungry. I did have to go to Denny's, so we had to work it out that way, and that was from his intelligence training. Now, that's not very common. I will say this, if somebody forces me to do that, to give me information, I will do it, but I always want to tell the truth, if at all possible, So typically, I don't make up a cover story. That was once kind of a one-off. Normally, what I'll just do is omit the things that people don't want you to know. But that way, we protected him, and we threw off whatever dark forces might come after him, which is very, very threatening, very real problem. And then getting back to the slide again, we actually lived together from October 2004 to January 2006. I paid for everything because he was fascinating me so much that I didn't need money. I was like, you just keep talking and you keep telling me this stuff, and that's going to pay your way. So we actually moved in a little tiny sleepy town called Milton, Kentucky, which was only a mile and a half away from L&L Research's separate plot of land that they called Avalon. During this time, the whole period of time, I interviewed him hundreds of times about the Montauk Project. We spoke about this every day, and every evening we watched several episodes of television together. And the two main things that he wanted me to see were Stargate SG-1 and a show called Babylon 5, which, again, it's a little lame, it's a little boring, but there's a lot of stuff in there that he claimed was true. He said that the extraterrestrials in the show are wrong, they don't look like that, but that the basic, whoever this guy was that did Babylon 5, and I forget his name off the top of my head, but that he obviously knew some really strange stuff. So like the Vorlons, when they're walking around with their masks, those appear to be the Draco reptilians. A lot of really strange stuff about bases where extraterrestrials get together, politics between different races, and apparently Babylon 5 was used to allow a ton of disclosure to come through. And so the other thing, of course, Stargate SG-1, going back to the slide again, both of these shows were just chock full of disclosure. Now, one of the things that he talked about with Babylon 5 that was the most fascinating to me was something that he called the Psi-Core. Now, we were never entirely clear as to whether he knew that they were called the Psi-Core or whether he made that term up. It does appear that that's what it was called, but this is another one of these really, really incredible stories because, the Psi-Core, so he claimed that first of all, when he was at the base, they came up to him at one point and they started talking about, white supremacy, Nazi ideology, and he wasn't into it. And if he had been, he found out later, if he had been, oh yeah, that sounds great, they would have recruited him into a program that taught those kind of racist, horrible things. Another time that they came up to him and a similar kind of thing, they started talking to him about ESP. Have you had psychic experiences? Have you ever, thought about somebody and then they called you on the phone right afterwards or something like that? And he, yeah, I've had all that kind of stuff. And they said, well, here's the thing. Take this card, come to this room, 9 o'clock, Wednesday night. We're going to pay for it. You're going to get a training, if you want to have it, training in how to be more psychic. We're going to bring you in. We're going to teach you these really, really cool things because ultimately, what do they need? They needed people to operate the chair, and they have to train you to be psychic so that you can use the chair, okay? So the first thing that happened was that he had this interview where he sat down with this man, and the man is having a seemingly ordinary conversation with him. And it's going to take a little explanation to get to this, but the man, at the same time that there's an ordinary conversation, the man is a very trained psychic, and he is psychically attacking Bruce in his mind. Now, if you don't actually, so the interview appears to be normal, all the real stuff is going on in the psychic plane. The only way you pass and they let you into the program is if in the middle of this, you start touching your head. What are you doing? What are you doing? You start yelling and really freaking out. Like, you're doing something to my head. Stop. What are you doing? Stop. Okay, if that's what happens, congratulations, you passed. Because this guy is psychically attacking you. He's actually hurting you. And apparently when you get the training that they provide, this is what happens. So they can attack other people. And he said that depending upon what your specialty is, whether you're a telepath or a telekinetic, and again, only 1 out of 1,000 people they discovered were telekinetics, okay? But if you're a telekinetic, then they really like you because now you can pinch the carotid artery in somebody's neck, restrict blood flow, and cause them to stroke out and die. So these are psychic assassins. If you're a telepath, they want to get you to do remote influencing, where if you are a successful graduate, that you could remote influence somebody to hurt themselves or kill themselves. It's very sad, and I'm sorry to even have to tell you this stuff, but this is what he told me, okay? I'm giving you the disclosure. So, they always have pro words. They don't want you to know what's really going on. So the pro words were teeps and teeks. So if you hear somebody talking and they say teeps and teeks, you don't know what the heck they're talking about. A teep is a telepath, and a teek is a telekinetic for TP, telepathy, and TK, telekinetic. Now what they would do is they would actually rank you in terms of how psychic you are on a scale that starts with a P0 through a P10. Now, the P scale actually is something that you can develop. So they had these special exercises that they trained people in to help them develop their psychic ability. The main exercise that you had to do the most often was lots and lots of meditation. And they also had a practice that you were supposed to do in meditation called clustering. Now think about the fact that people started to be able to move books and slam them against the wall with their minds when they learned this, if they were one of those 1 in 1,000 teeks, the telekinetic type. So otherwise, if you're a teep and you're one of those other 999, you're never going to be able to do telekinesis, unfortunately. Because that would be fun. I mean, I would use it benevolently, but yeah, it would be really cool to be able to do that. So anyway, clustering means that when you're meditating, that you think about certain things and then you associate, you find the things that you have an emotional charge for. So they might actually do this in an exercise with you where they sit down and then they say, okay, you know, how do you feel about a spoon? Well, Danny and Brinkley probably doesn't want me to tell people this, but he watched somebody get killed with a spoon, so he doesn't like spoons at all. You can't even, and I forgot this a couple times when we were having dinner with him. He doesn't want to have a spoon around. Sorry, Danny, sorry. Sorry, Uncle Mama. But, so yeah, so like let's say you have an emotional charge around a spoon. Then they say, okay, if you have an emotional charge around the spoon, what else does it make you think of? Well, the spoon makes me think of da-da-da-da. Well, what else does that make you think of? Well, that makes me think of da-da-da-da. So they would do this thing called clustering where you have to analyze everything in your life that has an emotional charge and then find out what it's associated with and then what's that associated with and what's that associated with. And what they found was that everything clusters down to birth trauma and parent trauma. Everything basically comes back to that you as a child think that your parents are God and God has abandoned you when they start saying no and you can't have that spoon anymore. They don't want to let you feed yourself. They take the spoon away. So ultimately the spoon is this emotional charge because they wouldn't feed you and they said no and you start crying and eventually you'll remember that. The other thing he said was that the dark night of the soul is incredibly important for the psychic training program. And that's what we're going through now as a collective. We're all going through it individually because of the economy and the violence and all this scary stuff. We're also going through it collectively. The whole planet is going through a weird dark night of the soul. Now this is what he said. It was very interesting and very strange. I talked about the reciprocity between space and time. Let me go wide again. Talked about the reciprocity between space and time. So when you are having a dark night of the soul, they said that it is an implosion of your external reality. In other words, the normal stuff that you take for granted in your external reality is imploding. It's coming in on you. You feel compressed. You start to crouch. You start to feel bad inside. Okay? But then, as there is an implosion of your external reality, there is an explosion of your internal reality. Just like the physics is called reciprocal system, it's the reciprocal between space and time. There's a reciprocal between your outer world, your ego, your personality self, what you project to others, and then your inner world, who you really are, your spirit, your soul, your dreams, and that's where all this power comes from. So if you implode your external reality, you explode your internal reality. And this is where it gets really, really strange, because as your internal reality explodes, the actual size of your dream landscape gets bigger. This is a whole other amazing topic I've talked about before, so I won't repeat too much on this, but one of the other exercises that made people be able to do these amazing feats of consciousness is they would have you remember your dreams and then draw the landscape of what was in the dream. So you have to draw the layout of what you saw and where the objects are. And then what they teach you is that these objects represent parts of yourself. Everything in the dream is yourself. Every character is yourself. Every object is yourself. The landscape is you. And it's all symbolic. So when you meet this character, that symbolizes some part of yourself. If that character is somebody you knew when you were a kid, then it means that that's from that part of your life. So I used to have all these horrible nightmares where I had to go back to high school, which was hell for me, because I was very heavily bullied, as you can probably imagine. You know, having a 180 IQ and getting A's on everything as a kid, you know, people hated me. And then because I was overweight for several years, they really used that as their weapon. By the way, I've been jogging and I continue to lose weight. I'm doing great. So you can actually probably see it with my jaw, right? I'm getting better. So that's because I'm not sitting around doing this research all day. I'm actually starting to live my life for the first time, which is part of why I haven't been doing as much stuff. But I'm going to be back a lot more often now, as long as I don't lose my channel. I want to do more of these, and I don't want to go months at a time, or even, hopefully I won't go more than a few weeks at a time before I do something else. So anyway, but I wanted to come back with a bang. I mean, are you guys loving this or what? This is like some really great stuff, and I'm very happy to be doing this for you. Trying to keep it within a reasonable time limit, and we're doing okay. So what they teach you is that the dream landscape is a representational landscape of the psyche. It represents your psyche. Everything in there has meaning for you. I talk about this extensively in the new book, Awakening the Dream, how all this works. I didn't really get into the Bruce stuff very much. I don't know if I covered it at all, actually, but I've done it in many other lectures. So anyway, another really weird thing that they talk about is some esoteric principle that they apparently had in secret mystery school teachings that they kept secret. And it's the arrow of time points in the direction you're facing. And this is also the secret of time travel. Time appears to be moving forward based on the direction that you are moving in. So your dream landscape might just be this little box, and you got little objects in the box that you draw, and when you go to these dreams, the objects won't be the same, but they'll be in the same location. That's what's so weird. The landscape stays the same, the objects have the same symbolic meaning, and as you have more of these dreams, the objects will show you different versions of the same symbols. And then in the dream, you travel through the landscape, and the arrow of time travels in the direction that you're facing. So as you walk through the landscape, you eventually come back to the beginning. That's a cycle, right? That's a cycle that you go through. But it appears now that you've gone back to the beginning that because you're facing this way, the arrow of time is still pointing ahead. So it's still the future. You don't realize that you've traveled back to the same spiritual lesson that you needed to learn before. So the psychic training program was very big on using your dreams, remembering your dreams, understanding what they're meaning, and applying it to yourself. And then you have the dark night of the soul at some point. And when you have the dark night of the soul, you get the implosion of your external reality and the explosion of your dream landscape. Now, the dream landscape actually gets bigger in size. This is what they taught him. We talked about this for many, many hours. The dream landscape gets bigger in size, and there's new objects that weren't there before, and they represent new potentials in your soul that you didn't have before. Now you can walk through it in all different ways, and again, the arrow of time is pointing in the direction you're facing. Now, this actually did happen to me, and it blew me away, because I've been writing my dreams down for 28 years as of September 21st. So, yeah, happy anniversary. It's coming up really soon. 28 years I've been doing this stuff. So when I started to really get spiritual growth under my belt, I used to always have to go to high school. And now the high school got much, much, much bigger. And so my locker's over here, but now I got to walk way the heck down this hallway, and there's all these other cool things going on. So I had personal experience that told me that this was true. Another thing that they really insisted that you do is called inverse calisthenics. Okay? Now, what does that mean? Inverse calisthenics means that you have to do sit-ups hanging upside down. Now, again, please, if you have any medical issues, you gotta be very gentle. Don't take a sudden risk and just flip upside down, because it can really make blood flow to your head. But there are these inverters that you have that are pretty safe if you do it carefully. And then you dangle upside down and you do sit-ups. And I've been doing this. I have an inverter at home. I'm not doing it here, but when I was home, and you want to go up nice and slow, just a nice slow burn, and you just go up there. Now, what they said was that your pineal gland starts to have a much greater amount of blood flowing through it because of the calisthenics, and the more blood goes through your pineal gland, the more psychic you are. Now, here's the one other thing that he said that, and I'm just giving it all to you. I'm not selling this. It's all free. But here it is. Okay, vegans are going to hate me, but they always gave these guys the best steaks, because apparently if you have really nicely grown organic meat, and especially if it's only been 5 days or less since it was quote-unquote harvested, at that point, when you're eating that, apparently your psychic ability increases very dramatically. The very likely reason for that is the activator X that's in those things, which Dr. Weston Price, again, if you've heard me talk about that, a dentist who went to all these blue zones where people had never gotten Western food and they were eating traditional food, and they didn't have there was less than one cavity per 1,000 teeth. Everybody had perfect teeth, no heart disease, no diabetes, no cancer. Everybody's healthy, everybody's psychic. So if you don't want to eat meat, you can get the activator X by using things like butter oil or ghee, especially if the cows are feeding on organic grass that grows at a fast speed. So you can get it with organic butter oil, and you can also get it by eating eggs that have dark orange yolks. So in Los Angeles, there's this Happy Egg company, and that's one of the brands that you can get, and they have this blue egg carton. It's the only blue one there is, and it says rich dark orange yolks. And sure enough, you crack them open and they're really dark orange. Well, you should probably be eating 2 of those every day for breakfast. That's what I do. I eat 2 eggs a day. I don't always eat the yolk. Sometimes I only eat 1 yolk to cut down on fat, but if I'm really doing a lot of thinking, I'll eat 2 egg yolks in the day, because it really, really helps. So again, if you're a vegetarian, no problem. It's just that the steaks are one of several ways to get that. The best steak, in my view, the only steak I eat at all, is bison, because the buffalo there's no hormones, there's no antibiotics, and they have to raise them ethically and they have to kill them ethically, which means that they're not aware that it's going to happen and there's no suffering, it's instantaneous. And one bison actually can feed many, 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 many hundreds of people. So you're part of something that's giving back. And actually, another thing that I've said, I'll just throw it out there, this also is going to get my channel taken down. The vegans are going to hate me. I used to be vegan for 7 years. I got very anemic. It didn't work for my body type. That's the only reason why I do this at all. I would prefer to be vegan if I could. My body can't handle it. I get very sick. I get very dark circles under my eyes. They're already dark enough. They get a lot worse. My skin gets very pale. I become very anemic. So I didn't really have a choice, and it was actually Bruce that got me off of being vegan because of what he was telling me about this. That's why I started to eat meat in the first place. Believe it or not, it's true. I couldn't talk about this before because he didn't want me to say any of this stuff and link these pieces together. But anyway, enough of that. You can get it with butter oil. You can get it with dark orange yolks, and you can also get it with fish liver oil. And there's different types of fish that works with. But basically, you need to eat organic food, and there has to be at least something animal related, whether it's like butter or eggs. And so I put it to practice, and it really did seem to work. You know, I started to feel better. And he and I actually did a massive basement renovation at L&L where we built like 3 bedrooms down in the basement and laid down floor and vapor barriers and We were doing framing and sheetrock and all that stuff, insulation, electrical. We did everything, and we'd worked for months because Carla inherited $85,000 and she wanted to upgrade the house. So I'm down there all day working on this hard labor, and as a vegan, I was like passing out. I was really tired. He said, "I really think you need to start eating meat." "Bruce, what are you saying, man? I'm never going to eat meat. Are you freaking crazy?" Well, in order to do the labor, he said, "Well, just try it. So sure enough, I had a lot more strength, and I figured out, okay, my body does need this, which is kind of a drag, but you do the best that you can. So if you can get by with the butter, oil, and the eggs, great. That's my recommendation. If you can get away with that, it's awesome. So those are all the basic things that he said. Inverse calisthenics, Activator X, the dream landscape, quiet point meditation, and clustering. Okay, that's really all. He said that's all they had to do, and you just had to do these things. But when you have that dark night of the soul, when you have the implosion of your external landscape and the explosion of your internal landscape, your dream landscape gets bigger. This is one of the most fascinating things they taught in the psychic training program. They said that you are now fulfilling what you were here in this life to achieve. Normally, people don't get through their dream landscape in one lifetime. They keep running through the same cycle. The arrow of time goes in the direction they're facing. They don't learn very much. And so when you actually have that dark night of the soul and your internal landscape explodes, you've downloaded new information that sets you off on a whole new trajectory. And now you're in this whole new reality where you're going beyond what your soul might have thought you were capable of doing in one lifetime. When you bring in energy that is beyond what you would have had in one lifetime, you bring in power. Okay, it's about the power. It's about the spiritual power. Unfortunately, the rules apparently work the same whether you use it for good or evil. Evil people can meditate and use black magic and get it to work. It's about the will. It's about the focused direction of the will. I don't recommend doing anything like that, but you can use it positively as well. So getting back to these scores, okay, he said that typical people, this is what the program taught him, typical people on the P scale are like a P0, meaning they don't have any psychic ability at all. As you become more psychic, you go P1, P2, P3, P4. Natural psychics are people who just have it come naturally. They didn't get this training. They didn't do clustering. They didn't necessarily do the inverse calisthenics or any of this other stuff. It came to them on their own. Their research said that nobody that was a natural ever got above a P4. But in the Psy-Corps, if you train in this science, you can get P5, P6, P7, and anything above like a 6, you could be a wet worker, which again, I don't recommend doing this because it's very, very bad karma. But you know, they could pinch the carotid artery in the neck and cause a stroke. And this apparently is used all the time. You will have psychic shielding based on your karma. So these people cannot do this to you unless you're vulnerable. And that also has to do with the rules of engagement on planet Earth and anywhere in the universe. They can't, no negative force can do anything to you unless you authorized it. You have to be the one that says, I accept this karma by basically inviting it through your own actions. It's really sad, therefore, looking at the world right now, that people are not getting the message and they're acting in a very combative way, and there's a lot of anger and there's a lot of hatred and there's a lot of depression, and that's not going to help you. You got to be able to keep your frequencies high, because that's one of the whole tricks to this stuff. So yeah, we go on and on about the psychic training program, but we were talking about the television shows that we watch together. So when you watch Babylon 5, and it was very uncanny, they use the same exact nomenclature on the show, P1 through P10, and they use teeps and teaks as well. And that blew me away. Another example of this was, apparently he said at one point that when you're on the chair and you're looking into the past, that there's a way to do like a mind's eye view of it where you're looking at it without going, and that created a little orb that some people could see. And they had a very exaggerated, funny name for it. It was called an obit, or outer band individuated teletracer. And I said, hey, Bruce, let's just look that up online. And so sure enough, I typed it in, and there's actually an episode of an old black and white television show called The Outer Limits, called Outer Band Individuated Teletracer. That was amazing. There was a show that he said, I guess it was in the 1960s, called The Time Tunnel. And it's total disclosure. So I would also recommend going back and watching that show. There's a tunnel in the show, and it's black and white, spirals going through a tunnel. And he said that was called a TVG. And as soon as he said TVG to me, I said time vector generator. And I was right. And he was amazed when I did that. So the time vector generator is a whole other thing. But you generate, if you want to, what they would try to do is create a future that they want to have, and they use the TVG to send energy to magnetize that timeline. So he said, it sounds crazy, but once we really get into time travel, anything is possible. So to watch Babylon 5 and to hear them saying teeps and teeks, and to hear them, actually some of the beings in the show have a P11 psychic rating, which he said that's impossible. 10 is the highest anybody's ever gotten. But at a P10, if you're a telekinetic, you can move large objects. So it's pretty fascinating stuff. The other show that we watched was Stargate SG-1. And according to Bruce, Stargate SG-1 is true. That they were, it was sort of a combination of stuff that he was doing with the time travel stuff with Montauk, and stuff that they were doing through what they called the Ancient Stargate Network. Now, what is the Ancient Stargate Network? And I'm looking at the clock. It's 8 o'clock, so it's 10 o'clock on the East Coast, so we're still pretty good here. All right, so what is the Ancient Stargate Network? The Ancient Stargate Network, so he claimed, that there's a global grid of energy vortexes on Earth. You've seen me talk about this before. I talked about it in Great Awakening. And in these certain particular areas of the Earth, if you're there at the right time, on the right day, with the right alignments, which has to do with the positions of the planets in the solar system, especially if there's a solar flare happening, and the solar flare is aimed at the Earth while you're in the right alignment. And then there's also these grids that we don't know about that can be tracked, and they move slowly across the surface of the Earth. Everything has to line up. The other big piece is an ancient megalithic stone monument. Because I remember I was talking about charge clusters before. And I was talking about how you send this electrical current off the tip of a needle, it makes this little ball, and the ball will now repel gravity, and the ball has all this energy in it, and it'll deradiate. Well, it also is a time portal. So these little balls will also travel in time. Like I said, anti-gravity is time travel. So the Earth makes these little balls all the time. And they preferentially come up through these particular areas of the Earth that are called the grid nodes, or the global grid. And maybe if I have time, I'll get into that. I'm probably not going to, based on how this is going. And I don't want it to last 5 hours. And I know it's a lot of information. There is a little thing on the side. If you're watching this after I've done it, you click on that little gear shift on YouTube, and playback speed, you can set it to 0.75 and slow my crazy ass down. And then maybe you'll understand this more because you'll have more time to process. I do get into an advanced accelerated brainwave state when I'm talking like this, so I talk very fast. But I'm trying to get the information out for you, and it'll be there, and you can go back and watch it again. So anyway, the Earth, the core of the Earth is actually plasma. It's not an iron ball. Plasma creates magnetic fields. That's also what Kenneth Shoulders discovered with the charge cluster technology. Magnetism can exist on one of these little electrical balls with nothing else to generate the magnetic field. So there is extra magnetism in these grid nodes on Earth, and another insider, the guy who I call Jacob, told me that the way that they used to find these portals, these natural vortexes, is they'd have a little metallic tuning fork with magnets on it. And the tuning fork is joined at the bottom, so it's like a Y. And the magnets, but it's very sensitive. The metal is very thin. The magnets can either come together or farther apart depending on how much magnetic attraction there is. And so when you go into a vortex, they go like this. They start coming together because there's more magnetic energy. So when you have a geomagnetic anomaly, when you have extra magnetism in a particular area of the Earth, you get the possibility that these little guys from inside the Earth's center, these little balls that are, again, like the Terletsky quadrigae, where gravity turns into electromagnetism and it shields time, and so you get all this funny stuff. Really amazing book, by the way, by Jenny Randles called Time Storms, where she describes people encountering these orbs and having time shifts, where like you're like somebody's smoking a cigarette and their hand is moving slow and the smoke is moving too slow, and then other people's voices sound like, that kind of stuff. These things happen naturally, and people sometimes get portaled through time, in quite natural ways. Apparently you can detect that with these little magnetic tuning forks. The magnets come together more, and oh, there we go, there's one. The stone monuments, actually, because of the nature of matter, the nature of reality, the pyramid functions like a funnel. And I've talked about this extensively. Gravitation has a spin to it. That's the big secret. The spin is where the dimensions are hidden. The spin is where time is powered from. And the spin is what you have to use for consciousness. Spin is the field of consciousness, actually. Gravitational spin is the secret to consciousness, biological life. That's all the Russian science that I've been talking about since the late 1990s, when I started to learn about this through academic research. Anyway, when these bubbles come up from inside the Earth, you can capture them inside a pyramid or a stone circle like Stonehenge. And that's why in the 1970s at Stonehenge, there was a group of hippies tenting and camping inside Stonehenge. And the farmer didn't like that, and so he called the cops. And the farmer and the police were walking towards Stonehenge. They see lightning hit the stones. It starts glowing blue inside. The kids start screaming. It goes to blinding white light in a bubble, a half bubble that covered the whole area of Stonehenge. And then it went, and then there was nobody left inside Stonehenge, and there was only smoldering tent pegs, smoke coming off of them where their tents were, and everybody was gone. That's an example of Stonehenge getting activated for its intended purpose. It's built on the grid. A bubble comes up from inside the Earth. It's a time bubble, and you can travel through time with it if you can capture it, so the stones capture the bubbles, suck them in, and if you have the right alignment, you could actually get the portals to work. Now, usually, people on Earth were not using these to travel anywhere. What would happen is that there were ceremonial dates that they were told to come to those locations, and they would all pray because their consciousness would make it work better and attract these bubbles. The ETs then portal in. And you meet with them, and they talk to you, and they teach you things, and they tell you when to come back, and then they leave. Because for them, this is just another way to do time travel. And when I was talking about, all of these different military bases where they have time portals that they're actually using right now in classified programs, they're all located on the grid. So when you look at the grid nodes, where these nodes are on the Earth's geomagnetic grid, there's almost always going to be a military base there, because you can't just time travel anywhere. You got to have the right kind of stuff. If you have the right technology, though, you don't need to wait for an alignment. You can pretty much do it whenever you want. But you can't just travel through a portal anywhere you want. You have to be in the right area. And that's one of the things apparently we're going to learn, where there's these plasma filaments that go through the universe. And that's the first time I said Plasma filaments go through the universe, and you can portal into them and travel much faster than the speed of light, because light is not actually a barrier that we can't get beyond. When you go into these wormholes, traversable wormholes, this stuff does work. And again, you can travel through space and time. And with the ship, when it has enough of the big power system, you create your own portal anywhere you want, create where you want to go, fly through space and time to get there. Okay. So this is what they called the ancient Stargate network. Again, going back to the slide here. And the ancient Stargate network is something that they discovered. Each planet in our galaxy and beyond has its own native Stargate. And there was a group of beings that they call the Elders. And the Elders would travel through these portals. So the one that we had on Earth was in Antarctica, or no, it started out in Egypt. And I guess they dug it up in, I think it's 1923. But the show, Stargate SG-1, tells you exactly what happened. The movie and then the show. The show is more important than the movie, by the way. The show has tons and tons of stuff. Bruce and I watched all of them, all the way through. And everything that they're talking about is related to something that's true. So the Goa'uld are the reptilian Dracos. So when you see Stargate SG-1, at the beginning these beings have these masks on where they look like cobra heads. And then the cobra head pops open and there's a human being inside. That's the symbolic thing to say that it's a reptilian being. And then of course they also have these snakes that get into their neck and wrap around the spinal cord. That part's not true, but it again is the reptilian analogy. So all that stuff about the Goa'uld is based on the reptilians. And then they had in the later seasons the replicators, which is an AI, predatory artificial intelligence with nanorobots. That's all true apparently. He was very excited about an episode called The Nox. Said that the Nox represented a certain type of real extraterrestrials. He was also really excited about another, there was one that was Celtic, and it was, now I'm saying because I have to think. I hadn't prepared this stuff. Yeah, there was a group that was the Aesir. That's what he called them, A-E-S-I-R, Aesir. And in the show they're called Asgard. Apparently, those are real beings. See, I'm doing it again. Now I start saying it keeps happening. Apparently those are real beings and they're here in our local realities because I'm getting tired. My legs are very, very sore and tired right now, actually. So anyway, he talked about this ancient Stargate network, and what he said was that it is a very real thing that we have a ring that was dug up in Egypt, that there's a dialing device, just like in the show, and you dial in coordinates of where you want to travel, and it will take you there. But the funny part is it wouldn't allow you to bring any metallic objects, and nothing inorganic could make it through the portal. When you do this portal ride, it's a very dizzying wormhole ride where you see the wormhole, you're in this tunnel of light, you're screaming and waving your arms, and you're going through and it's twisting and turning, as depicted in the movie Stargate, as depicted in other movies. And when you get to the other side, you're now on the planet that you dialed in. The code is based on a number system because numbers are universal. So he actually did tell me what our local Stargate address is, believe it or not. There's another thing I wanted to share with you that's fairly new, unless you've really, really studied my stuff. I held this back for many, many years because I wanted to see if anybody had the real information. This is our Stargate address, and it's been so long, I'm not entirely sure the 84 and the 24 are right, but I'm pretty sure that this is it because it's been so long. But anyway, these represent sectors of space. So 7 is something big in the universe. We're in the 7th piece of something that's got 10 sections. And again, you look at the dodecahedron or the icosahedron, the sacred geometry I talk about, it evenly divides up into 10 sections. That apparently is what this is. So we're in section 7, section 5, section 3, then section 84, which is going to be 1 out of 100, section 70. Now, the 606 is actually Earth's local address. So if you only want to make a short trip, all you have to do is dial in the 3-digit number. Mars is 605, and the Aesir, or what they called Asgard on the show, that is the gate address of number 1. So number 1 is very old because they're around a pulsar, and apparently it makes their planet last a really long time without any changes like we would have with solar flash and that kind of stuff going on. So anyway, he also said that people were channeling the Asgard, and then they got the name wrong and they called it Ashtar because their mind didn't quite hear the word right. And that's where the Ashtar command stuff from the 1950s apparently came from. Some of it. A lot of it was probably fake. Some of it was probably genuine telepathic contact. Yeah, I know, we're going in a lot of different directions, but hang with me. This is really, really important. So the gates are not a universal thing that's just fixed. They are made by these beings that are very ancient, but time travel, so they're basically like always around. and they call these beings the elders. The elders uphold the stargates. Every planet has a native stargate. Ours was in Egypt. That's what the Stargate SG-1 show is disclosing. The truth, according to Bruce, is that they actually buried it in Antarctica because they were worried about something dangerous getting through that could hurt life on Earth, and then they developed their own method. The other problem is, if you travel through an ancient stargate, you're going to get screwed up. In fact, let's go to that slide right now. Most people who traveled through these gates were permanently damaged. It is not, it's such a psychologically overwhelming thing to have this happen to you that people can't handle it, they freak out, and they basically come out schizophrenic and they're babbling and crazy. So it's because we don't have the integration between spirit and body to handle that trip. It snaps the link between the mind and the body. And so that gets into another really, really interesting thing that they discovered in the course of this time research. And that is what they call the ZTR. And again, if you studied my stuff a long time ago, you might have heard this. So don't hate me for repeating anything, but this is very important I include this. The ZTR is the linkage between your soul and your body. And that linkage normally occurs at the time that you were born. Your soul and your body are one. So when they tell you to meditate and go back to your quiet point, and they tell you to cluster, and as you cluster down, you get down to where your parents were and the trauma that your parents gave you because you saw them as God. When you resolve that trauma, when you can forgive your parents, you can go back to, psychologically and spiritually, you can dial it back to the moment you were conceived, where you have your zero time reference. This is where your soul and your body are one. You have to go back there to be able to do any of this advanced psychic stuff that they teach you in the training programs. Okay? You have to be able to go back to your ZTR, which means you have to deal with your childhood trauma. If you don't, you're not going to make it. The ZTR is a very, very fascinating thing because when they started to send people through the tunnels that the Montauk chair was making, if they sent people into the future from where they were in 1981, let's say, you very rapidly, in less than a day, age to the age that you would be at that time in history. And they didn't know why this was, but it was very deadly because you could die if you go significantly beyond your natural age. So like if you send somebody through who's 70 and you send him 30 years in the future, now he's going to be 100. If he's not naturally going to live to 100, it's very dangerous. So they had various extraterrestrial societies they were supposedly working with because, again, in the inside world, there's ETs everywhere. This is part of what we're going to get when we get full disclosure. There's a lot of different ETs that have been working with us for a long, long time. And when you go into the future, your body ages to prevent time paradoxes. You won't be able to live if you don't have a special treatment. So what is the treatment? Remember I said TVG, time vector generator? Well, it turns out that you can alter your ZTR with these certain extraterrestrial technologies. You can snap it deliberately to set your ZTR at the age so that you're the same age where you end up going as the age that you are now. In other words, your ZTR, so if you're 40 years old, let's say, and you know that you're going to go to the year 2025, you're 40 years old, then you go back 40 years, which I guess would be 1985. So 1985 is when you would set the ZTR. So now you were born in 1985, you shifted it. This apparently can be done with this technology. You use the TVG, you pump in energy to shift it to 1985. So now when you travel to 2025, you're safe. Okay? That's how it actually works. And you also have these belt packs that they give people to keep you in your zero time reference. It keeps stimulating you to hold it in the place that it needs to be. So you have to have that with you, I guess, in order for this to work. That's one of the things. And it's all programmed now. So, but they use time travel very infrequently. Since this started in the early 1980s, they only are using maybe about 5,000 people a decade in these time travel programs. But it's really cool because one of these time travel programs is the plan that they transmitted back into the past in the 1950s, seeing the scope of the problem, seeing how to get through it, and building that binder that's 5 inches thick. That's how it was done. So let's see. If you go into the past, you can also shift your time, your ZTR, zero time reference, you can shift it backwards. So you can go into the past and make it and stay alive. What Bruce didn't really have that the new briefings have given me is the knowledge of these spheres, which in Stargate SG-1, they had a little machine they'd send out, and the machine would take a look, and it was this little thing on wheels. Well, they had to make it look conventional for the show, but in reality, it's a sphere. It's a chrome sphere about 14 inches wide, and it can look at television signals, audio signals. It has weapons capability. It can defend itself. And they would send that first through the tunnel, take a look around. It has a live video feed because, again, time doesn't exist. And they use this quantum correlation. Pete Peterson taught me a lot about how this works, and I'll give you some of the technical detail, again, to show you how complex this stuff gets. According to Pete Peterson, the basic system of quantum entanglement requires a particular electrical component called a diode. A diode is, if you've studied electronics, you know that a diode only allows current to pass through in one direction. So it stops it from backflowing. What you would do in this particular technology is you would overload the diode. You give it too much energy so that it starts to have a bidirectional flow. It doesn't just go in one direction anymore. It goes both directions. It's about to melt down, and so that's the point they call avalanche. When you avalanche the diode, it's going to melt down. So by overloading the diode at an exact frequency, you can then overload another diode at the exact same frequency at a different place in space and in time. Okay? And now there's quantum entanglement, quantum correlation between this diode over here and this diode over here, even if this one's in the future and this one's in the past. So according to Pete Peterson, I'm probably going to get in a lot of trouble for saying this, man. Apparently these diodes are already in a lot of our technology, all our phones, all our computers. They already have this non-local quantum system that they built that Pete was involved in inventing. But the quantum correlation, they perfected it to the point where they can send video and audio because it's just like broadband. Once you've created once you have the two matching frequencies, you get a quantum entanglement between the two diodes, and they link between space and time. And then at that point, you can pump all kinds of signals through, and then on the it rides the fluctuations, and the fluctuations you create over here come in over here, so you get wireless transmission across time. Wi-Fi through time. That's what the Orion Cube is using. That's what they were doing without realizing what they were really doing in the Philadelphia experiment, which is true. Jerry Vassilatos has an amazing thing that he wrote about that in his book. It's in my first book, Source Field Investigations. So the quantum entanglement is incredibly, incredibly exciting because I didn't realize until the new briefings that it sends video through time, but of course it makes sense. If you can send data at all, you can send video data because you can reduce it to zeros and ones. So what they would do is they would send these spheres through, do some reconnaissance, look at where they're going to go, and then they also had, the guys would have their own little QCDs, which is like a little BlackBerry kind of thing. It apparently does have a little keyboard on it that's a physical keyboard that you push with your fingers. It's not like an iPhone. And you can film, and you can do audio, and you can communicate with your ground team, and you'll see them, and you can have a voice chat, even though you're in the past and they're in the future. So that little piece added so much and explained what was really going on with Bruce. And of course, he didn't have the need to know. He didn't get all this stuff, but it all connects very nicely. So they can send you into the past, and you can talk to them, and they can see where you are. You don't bring any technology with you. That's a very important point. When you do time travel, you don't bring anything with you. And these guys would go into it. They can make a time bubble where you can spend a long time learning certain information and then you come out and it's like you never left. So you might spend 6 months or a year learning ancient Latin. Once they've sent these spheres in, they look at Rome and they look at ancient Rome and they say, okay, this is how people are talking. We've analyzed the language. This is the dialect. This is their accent. These are the colloquialisms. These are the funny words they use. This is a curse word, you know. And so you learn it from the direct observation of the spheres. Which, by the way, the spheres were depicted in the movie Oblivion with Tom Cruise very prominently. They also show up in They Live. Once the people put those the sunglasses on in the movie They Live, if you haven't seen it, I definitely recommend it. That's when they could see the little sphere going around, which you can't see with the naked eye. All that stuff is true, except again, the spheres are actually featureless on the outside to make it less obvious what they are if they ever crash, which apparently sometimes they do. Some people see orbs, and a lot of times these things will glow. So people see glowing orbs hovering over. That might be one of these surveillance devices, actually. And again, in this world, time doesn't really exist, and the extraterrestrials have mastered this eons ago, and we get the technology. So apparently the main thing that they started to do with these time travel programs, this is one of the most fascinating things I just learned about. If someone in the past, which we think is the past, right? We think it's old stuff. If someone in the past finds an extraterrestrial device that is a time travel device where you hold on to these two things, or a lot of times it's a handheld thing, you hold on to it and you think about where you want to go and it creates a portal and you walk through and it takes you there. A lot of different beings have come and gone on Earth, and because in their world time travel is very ordinary, maybe they dropped one or something and they left it behind. These guys were always going around scanning, trying to figure out if anybody could find these. Now, why does that matter? Let's say this guy in ancient Rome finds one of these devices. Let's say that he starts using it and he figures out what to do. That guy can change our reality. That guy can screw our entire timeline, because he could start going around just like in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, or just like we saw in Doctor Who with the TARDIS. You can go around, you can alter things, you can change events, and then time gets screwed up. And it's actually very, very dangerous, because the past isn't really the past. You grab this machine, and now you're traveling through time. And you can alter our reality. And so these guys in the secret programs, and this has been ongoing ever since Montauk, they have to go out there and find where people are finding these devices, because what they'll notice is the Mandela effect. You know, something changes, something goes wrong, there's something's weird, and they can detect this. Actually, there's ways to detect changes in the flow of time having to do with isotopes and the way that isotopes are functioning, I guess, and the way they vibrate, the radioactive nature of the isotopes. They can detect fluctuations in the physics of our reality and the energy, and then they can actually detect where in time that might have happened. They send the little spheres through. So this is the other thing I didn't know about time travel that's very exciting. When they send these teams through, what they're doing is they train them in a language so that they give them the clothes. They create the portal, which again was probably based off of the Montauk research, very likely. They send you back in time, and once you get there, you have to figure out where in time you are. And so your little QCD device, your little pager thing, has all this cool technology in it, where you detect things like the radioactive emissions from the sun, the decay rate of radioactive isotopes that naturally exist in the atmosphere, the electromagnetic field, the gravitational strength, all these very particular things which allow them fairly, and they also will look at the stars and look at the positions of the stars, and they could be there for a couple of years. They create something called a hub. They go into the hub, that's where they portal in, and they will have their native, they hardly bring any technology at all, but they stay in touch with the QCD, and a lot of times they'll disguise a QCD in something that's period appropriate for the time. They cannot screw around at all. All they'll usually do is go find the guy. They got to target the guy who found the device, or the woman, and they got to steal it before they figure out how to use it. But when they start using it, you can detect that in the present because, again, quantum correlation means all time fluctuations can ultimately be detected in some way. So when people power it on, things change and they can see that, we got to grab that thing before they go back and do it. Now, theoretically, you say, well, wait a minute, that was the past. They already did it. No. The past isn't fixed. The past changes, and we don't know because we're not seeing it anymore, right? The only thing that absolutely exists is the present, and it's an everlasting present. So events that we think happened in history might now have changed. And that was one of the things that really tripped them out, is that historical events do not necessarily still happen. In other words, you go into the past, and it might be that different things are now happening, or that historical events for a particular time have now altered, or that the date is different because people didn't write down the right date. So you got to make an approximate jump to the approximate location. You create your hub, which is it's like a cave or something underground, a hidden spot where you go to meet and use the QCD and talk to your people. You figure out where you are in time. You calibrate everything, the sun, the emissions of radioactivity, the star positions, etc. Then you calibrate exactly where you are in time, and then they can send you exactly where you need to go. So another portal opens up, you walk through it, and now you know you're in the right time. You create your hub, and you might need to spend a year or two speaking the language, talking to the natives. Nobody knows where your hub is. You don't go there very much. You occasionally go back to give a progress report, video chat, just like Skype or Zoom to the future, because again, there's no real time. It's all simultaneous. Nothing really exists except for consciousness. And that's what the ETs know. So then they'll tell you where to go and how to do the mission. And how to, because they got the spheres deployed so they can figure out what people are doing. And you got to go in there and you got to steal it. In some cases, they would kill the people if they had to. The spheres do have a self-destruct mode, so they can just put it near somebody and blow it up. And apparently they also have like some kind of particle beam weapon. I'm not really clear about what that is. The briefings didn't get into a whole lot of detail on that. But, this is really crazy stuff. I know, I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm just totally insane, but this is what you hear, and I'm just telling you guys what I learned. So the Time Tunnel show talks about some of this early research. It does appear that they were kind of playing around with it, maybe in the 60s and 70s, but they really had no idea what they were doing from Philadelphia experiment stuff. They didn't really nail this down until Montauk in the early 80s, and then all the programs that branched off of that. There was a conference that was held in the Black Ops community every year called the Sigma Conference, and that's where they were doing the think tank on the time travel stuff and figuring out how it works. Bruce told me about that. I don't know if he ever went to the Sigma conferences or not, but I know that he knew people who did. Anyway, the other thing that they might do is they might capture somebody from the past and bring them into the present, shift their ZTR so they can live here. And usually those people will stay underground, but they've found that it's not really worth it to grab anybody earlier than the 1800s because they don't have the education. And they don't necessarily have the intelligence. We've gotten a lot smarter as time goes on. I've talked about that before. So getting into one of the things that I really was going to cover, one of the main topics that I was going to cover is in certain military bases, and this is stuff that multiple sources from the Alliance have now asked us to disclose. In certain military bases, they have QCDs under very heavy guard, lock and key, need to know, multiple security checkpoints. It's not easy to get in there. You have to be able to have a reason. You have to sign off. You have to have a protocol. There's a whole elaborate system of how this works. But at certain times, you're allowed to go in there and fire up the QCD and talk to people in the future. And the people in the future are us. And those people in the future figured out how to defeat the Cabal. And what was going to be necessary. How are we going to do this? What are the steps? And they transmitted that information back into the 1950s. Apparently, one of the missions that they did was to create a hub and send some people from the future back into these military bases in the 1950s, and with Eisenhower and these kind of people, gave them a QCD and said, keep this under lock and key, and we're going to give you these instructions. And then they transmitted the plan, the 5-inch binder, the book, They transmitted it through the QCD, which again, you overload a diode, you create the avalanche, you get quantum entanglement, and you jiggle it on this side in the past, in the 1950s, you jiggle it over here in 2029, and you can talk, video chat, and you can transmit documents, and all that kind of stuff, and that's apparently how the plan was made. And so this is what the magic letter 17 was talking about when they were saying Project Looking Glass going forward in order to look back. Remember, they put a question mark after Looking Glass, so it's not really Looking Glass, it's actually these QCD devices, and that's what they're using. So this is really amazing, folks, because the plan is foolproof. Have you noticed that 17 keeps saying nothing can stop what is coming? Nothing. They say it over and over again, and we're all like, oh no, I hope, you know, nothing bad happens, and I hope we're not all going to die, and it's the end of the world. No, look. I've been getting this stuff about what we're going through right now. I've been getting these prophecies since 1996, and that's what my new book describes. I finished the book in January, and I'm talking about how there's this coming breakdown of society that's right around the corner, and sure enough, a couple months later, there it was. So the book was written before the prophecy came true, but the prophecies in the book go beyond where we are right now. And they include the fact that the cabal is defeated and that we learn a lot of really disgusting stuff. There is a monster under the bed. You can look at it if you want to, but it's really going to gross you out and you're probably going to want to puke. But if you throw up, you'll feel better. So our friends in the future are going to be helping us as we go through this. Now, the partial disclosure that they've apparently fed to the president is that all extraterrestrials and all craft that we see are actually craft operating in the future, and because of this time-bending effect, which I'm sure they're going to teach us a lot more about as time goes on, not as fast as I'm doing right now, so I'm beating them to the punch, and they're probably very pissed off at me, but that's okay, because they haven't immigrated that to YouTube yet as a ban and a censorship. Not yet. It'll maybe in time, or whatever time really is. You know, that's a whole other discussion. Anyway, the briefings that they're apparently going to try to roll out as the partial disclosure thing, and you're seeing me, I'm going to even go in close on this. The briefings that they want to give you, the briefings that they're going to try to sell to you for the partial disclosure timeline is, and what POTUS is referring to when he talks about this, that what we see is actually stuff in the future and it's a time bleed through. And he says, I can't tell you what I know, but it's very interesting. Right? That was in the interview with POTUS. So, yep, that's as much as they've told him, and that way they can say that everything is humans from the future, and there's no extraterrestrials, and there's nothing off planet, and there's nothing really underground, and we get this partial disclosure, and they want to feed us little tidbits of information over the course of 50 years. Now, I want to be very, very clear on this, folks. There are plenty of people in the Department of Defense who are good guys, who are patriots, and they will not allow partial disclosure to happen. That's where, if I'm in the audience, I get the applause break and everybody starts standing up and cheering, because it's true. They are not going to allow this to happen, because all they have to do is disclose, folks. All they have to do is tell us. And they have tons of videos, they have tons of documents, they have tons of artifacts, they have tons of technology. Once we become a time travel society, we instantaneously become way more advanced, because right away we can zip ahead to the furthest point that we achieved and bring it back to where we are. That's another reason why you don't want to let people in the past get a hold of this stuff. What if they go far enough ahead that they get a really good weapon and they go back into their time frame and they start killing people and changing reality because they have a weapon that nobody can defend against? If you're in ancient Rome and you have some kind of particle beam weapon, forget it. History changes. So they monitor for these fluctuations in time, and they got to go back and fix it. Sometimes they'll make a mistake. They drop something. They leave something behind, one of the QCDs. Then they have to go back and edit it. But actually, a lot of the times when you make a time paradox, the ETs taught these people in the Sigma program, they talk about it every year at Sigma, when you create that paradox, you will you let it ride. The small ones, the nature fixes itself. Something happens. So when I was talking to Bruce about this, when he was working at Montauk, they were already doing this research at that time. There was a guy that was crazy enough to go back and kill his father. Wait a minute, if your father's dead, then how could you be alive? Well, layered time, I'm on this layer, and on this layer my father was alive, and now I killed him here. Am I just going to go back to my layer? Well, what happened was, and I've said this many times, the guy traveled back. He traveled back to where he left. He killed his father. Yeah, I did it, and they all watched it. They watched it on the screen because the QCDs are monitoring everything. Yeah, you killed him. And then the next day or 2 days later, he steps out into traffic accidentally, and he gets hit by a car, and he dies. And they found that this happened over and over again. Anytime you try to create a time paradox, like you see in the movie Back to the Future and many other examples, it actually, what have I got here? Somebody's texting me. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. All right. That's something else related to our other technological stuff I can't talk about. And believe me, I would, and I will as soon as I can. But I haven't used this time stuff, so please don't get into elaborate speculation. We're just trying to get some machines built, and none of it has to do with time travel. This is not what we're building. I hope that we will be able to do that, but then we're going to have to use it well, and then we're going to have to figure out how to transport this plan back in time so that the cabal is appropriately defeated, I guess. It's a lot to take in. You see how complex this is? I mean, I'm not making this up. This is the result of many, many years of study, intense interviews with a lot of different insiders, and piecing all this stuff together. And that's why I wanted to make this all at once and get it all out there, so if I lose my channel, I know that I've done the best I could do to get this all out in one big piece and frickin' drive a stake into the heart of that vampire. Because we're not going to take partial disclosure, folks, and the DoD isn't going to allow it either. So we're a lot closer to major planetary healing than we think, which is great. All right, so moving on. They create a hub, they go back in time, they get rid of the time devices, that's usually what they're doing, or they bring somebody in to recruit them, or they might need to kill somebody if they do things out of line. Bruce was there at the beginning, the guy kills his father, he comes back, he gets hit by a car, and he dies. The time fabric corrects itself. They've had to stop allowing people to do time travel except for these very specific things because there were so many time paradoxes, they were very worried about whether our reality would even hold together. Because if you have a spaceship and if you don't have a buffer on time travel on it, people can go back and do all kinds of crazy stuff. So the time travel stuff is very highly regulated. It's very highly protected. But it totally makes sense that if the government is now telling us that crash retrievals are real and nobody really cares because there's all this other stuff to worry about, like your frickin' city is on fire, then yeah, you're not so concerned about partial disclosure. They're going to have to up the ante. They're going to have to do more. All right, so getting back to my slides now, because I don't want to go too much more than this. 9 o'clock is 11 o'clock on the East Coast, so we're already getting into like the 3.5 hours now. DARPA actually developed the IP addresses that we use on the internet from studying this gate network. So going back a couple slides, again, this is apparently our gate address, which is kind of similar to an IP address, although IP addresses are only 4 digits and they all are between 0 and 255. But apparently these guys in the classified programs developed the whole internet protocol that we're now using by studying this gate network. So the ancient gates were built for peaceful travel. You can't bring a weapon. Some guys tried, but it never worked. Some people lost dental work. If you've had recent dental work and it hasn't gotten your bio imprint, you might lose a filling in your teeth when you go through these old things. But the new stuff, the portals that we're talking about that are Montauk related, you don't go through a wormhole. You just walk in one side and out the other, and there's no big tube ride, which again makes you crazy. So that's the one you want to do. You want to do a modern portal. You don't want to do an ancient portal because you'll never come back, or if you do, you're all screwed up. So in the beginning, they were sending homeless people through, and they were dying, and then they eventually figured out how to get all this stuff to work and how to see where they were going, and learning about time paradoxes and how to prevent people from finding these ancient machines that could do this, of which there's apparently many of them all throughout time and space that people could find. And so now here we are, that they've transmitted this plan back to the 1950s, and we're seeing the plan get fulfilled. Well, I'm going back now to Stargate SG-1 to get back into my slides, and one of the most amazing things that Bruce ever showed me was this one episode of Stargate SG-1 called Wormhole Extreme. And this is actually a shot from the show in which they actually create a fake show. And notice the Stargate looks different. If you've seen the real show, the Stargate looks a little cheesier and cheaper. And then the people are, of course, different. And the guy that was Teal'c, the black guy, now he's all silver, which in reality he isn't. And it's very, very campy. And this guy is actually saying, what do you mean this isn't a real show? This is not a real show? You mean this isn't a real show? And so it's like they're really, really rubbing it in your face, teasing you by basically telling you like that it's actually real. Because you look at Stargate SG-1, you watch the credits, and they always say sponsored by the Department of Defense. So this is one of the things they put out there to get us acclimated to the truth. So the Wormhole Extreme episode is extremely weird because it's basically revealing that the show is not fiction, and that the people they're making fun of the people in the show. So the people in the show don't understand that everything that's going on is actually true. And I believe that the Stargate people, the real Stargate people, find out that the show was being made. And so there's this interesting crossover where it becomes pretty obvious, like they're almost like when a kid is lying, he covers his mouth. They're telling you that this is not fiction, but again, all of this will come out eventually when we get full disclosure. So getting back to the slides once more, we find out that time travel is routine. It's happening regularly for these specific purposes to stop paradoxes, and I only found out the details recently. That's one of the bulk of the things that I wanted to get through. If I had the time, I was going to do these extra slides with Pete Peterson, which I now will do. So we're going to pivot away from Montauk Daniel, because I've given you basically everything I got on him. I don't really think I left anything out. Years later, in 2009, I came in contact with Dr. Pete Peterson because Kerry Cassidy of Project Camelot sent me a recording. And I listened to this and I said, we got to get this guy right now. I'll pay for it. I'll pay for your flight. I'll pay for the hotel. We're getting out to Garden Valley, Idaho, which is where he lived. Because now that he's dead, we can talk about that. He lived in Garden Valley, Idaho. Beautiful, beautiful mountain country in a big valley. Lots of pine trees. And what he was saying was just so unbelievable. It was very obvious that he knew a lot of stuff. Before he died, he told me he'd been to over 30 different off-planet locations, and I do have that recording somewhere. I think it's back in LA because I thought it was here and I was going to try to bring it out. But I think I know where the machine is now, but I do have that recording. He didn't go into a whole lot of detail, but he said that he'd been to about 30 different off-planet locations. He said Americans are all over the galaxy. One of the cool things I heard from another insider who shall not be named is that if you want to know where the reptilians are, go to Rigel. There's tons and tons of reptilians in the Rigel star system. Another thing he told me is that one of the closest planets to Earth that's habitable, it's only 40 light years away, is a lot bigger than the Earth, and it is a Hawaii planet. The whole planet doesn't tilt on its axis, and it's all tropical. And lots of different extraterrestrial human groups go there for vacation. And it's literally right next door. So once we get more disclosure, I want to go to that planet. I want to hang out and I want to really take a vacation and talk to some cool people and learn some cool things and have telepathic interactions with them, because a lot of these ETs are telepathic. So when I got to Pete Peterson, it was an absolute game changer. I paid for Carrie and me to go out there, and then Bill Ryan flew out from, he was in Switzerland at the time. We ended up doing an event in Switzerland very soon after that in Zurich. And that's where actually Henry Deacon came forward on stage for the first time, which was remarkable because I was just calling him my Uncle Mark and saying that he was a family member. And then when he said he was going to come up on stage, it was stunning. And he's never wanted to come forward again. He only did it for a little bit in 2009 and then he stopped. And he and I haven't even spoken in 5 years, but we had a little difference of agreement. If he's still alive, I'd love to reconnect with him. I hope he's ready to talk more now. But Henry Deacon, by the way, would travel through a military base in England and go to Mars. That's what he said, that he went through a portal, he traveled to Mars, do his job, and then come back to the planet. And when he went and looked at the exact coordinates on Mars where he was working and the facility that he knew was supposed to be there, the facility did not exist in our reality right now. So he figured out that they were sending him to work on Mars in the future because, again, time doesn't really matter. So they can work far enough in the future, they build bases in the future that we don't see, and that's when they get the work done. And then the worker comes back and he doesn't even know that he was in a different time. Because as long as they shift your ZTR, which now they do it very automatically, it's no big deal, it's not dangerous. One of my insiders absolutely refuses to go through the portal. He'll only travel by a spaceship, which is really funny. So he's obviously not time traveled. But apparently it's very safe, and you're not going to have any body parts get rearranged or anything like that. It's time honored. It's tested through many, many civilizations. I'll take it. I'll take the ride. I'll do it. I'm sure you probably want to do it too. So anyway, when we got to Pete Peterson, it was stunning because he had so many pieces of information. And I'm way over time. I don't want to go too much longer here. It's already almost 11 o'clock over there, but I got to get through this before we end tonight. So check this out. In this original interview with Project Camelot, the video that we put out there in early, it was like July 2009, although I don't think they actually released it because there was a whole kerfuffle with Pete where he didn't want it to come out. They didn't actually publish it, I think, until August or September, even though the interview was in July. This is the link for the transcript. The video, of course, is still available, projectcamelot.org. Kerry Cassidy did give me permission to use excerpts from the video, but I have not done that yet. I just didn't have time, and it's also too dangerous to do it on a live stream for the Content ID stuff. So this is one of the things that Pete said that's very, very relevant to what's going on right now while he was interviewing with Bill Ryan, and Bill Ryan was asking him questions. He says, I'm in an area, this is Garden Valley, Idaho, that had two requirements for me and for some of the people who I do various things for that are not to be named. Isn't that intriguing? One of them is this area that he's living in is very secluded from man-made electromagnetic radiation, which again makes you more psychic, among other things. It's a deep valley with high mountains surrounding it in 360 degrees. The entrance to it is through a very narrow, long, winding canyon. So we don't really get radio here or television directly. The power that comes in here does have interference on it, as well as it has information on it. And that's his whole consciousness science informational field, as he calls it. But it's very, very secluded informationally, so he gets really nice psychic access by being in nature. And that's what I'm getting right here where I am. Then the place that I chose here is kind of back in a little notch in the mountains, so it's even more secluded. That was one reason. The other reason is it's an area that's very highly defendable. That was very important because of my belief and the belief of many other people that I have great respect for, that the world is going through I'll call it a meltdown. I've been led to believe in numerous briefings and people who I know in fields that very definitely would know, they've all warned me that I should be at a place like this. Well, why? You're going to find out. Many people, even those from Europe and other places that had very heavy financial connections in major cities around the world, have closed those offices down. A great number of them have expressed a desire to move here if they haven't already moved here. So people know some big, big bad stuff is going down, which is kind of what we're seeing now. That's the whole point. This is 2009 that this was done. It's easy to prove. Go back to the link, look at the video, it's 2009. I moved here because I was told by various people that I should geolocate and be in an area that would be safe when we eventually got a financial and therefore a political collapse. Whoa! So there are certain things that I've done to make sure that myself and my family, you got to say my family and me, Pete, come on, and my friends are safe from that. We've heard that things are going to happen, things are going to fail, but life continued on as normal. And the government continued to print money and pass it out to its friends out of thin air. I moved here in 1999 because I was told that by 2001, the system was going to fail. And this, of course, was the events that took place in 2001. How did they know about that in advance? I wonder. I'm not going to speculate. You speculate for me, please. I think you know the answer. Here we are 8 years later or 9 years later. And then Bill says, in fact, you were ordered to come here. And he says, I was. So they knew something heavy was going to go down in 2001. All right, let me go back to, you can see my visage on camera for a minute here. So, all right. It appears that the high-level cabal people knew about this back in around maybe as early as 1994, 95. They were given briefings about what was going to happen. The original plan was to quote-unquote decapitate the snake. The original plan was 5 cities, massive destruction, much bigger than what actually ended up happening, which was only confined to 2 areas reasonably close to each other. The original plan was much worse, and they expected that by doing this, this meaning what we saw happen in 2001, that society would collapse, the economy would collapse, rioting, starvation, chaos, and no return. So they ordered Pete to move to Idaho. All of these countries in this area, the Mormon area, like, Idaho, Montana, they call that Mormania. Pete originally called it as a joke, and then they started actually calling it that informally. They can close off Mormania, dynamite all the roads, and lock it off so that nobody else can get in, and then there's plenty of food, plenty of water, and everything like that. So that whole area around Idaho, Utah, that's all part of it. I don't think that's going to be necessary. I don't see society going totally nuts like this, but here he was on camera saying he believed in this enough to actually move. So this is very important. All right, let's go back to the slide. So he was ordered to come there in 1999. He was told the system was going to fail. So we found out that no, the system didn't fail. I'd go for a briefing and they would be in total shock. We don't understand why society has not collapsed. We don't have any idea why it hasn't failed. Remember, this is 2009. I mean, we just don't know because they really thought it was going to work. The only thing we can do is say there was so much inertia, there was so much getting in the way. How would this ever be possible? If somebody wanted to do this, how do you actually make it happen, right? So now it's beginning to fail. And it isn't just beginning to fail, it's increasing on a logarithmic scale. This was after 2008 economic collapse, right? And it's been hell ever since then. And this was 2009, so 1 year later. And very shortly, I see that it just about has to do that. It has to collapse. And this was in 2009, folks. Wow. I've put my money and my talent, my skills and my abilities where my mouth is. I've come here and I'm self-sufficient. I grow all my own meat, all my own vegetables. That's not really true, but he does exaggerate sometimes. We have to forgive him for that. I have stored up those things that are going to be critical to society. He did have all the equipment to grow his own meat, and he did grow some vegetables. That is true. So it's not entirely false, but I don't think he had any chickens or anything at the time that I was there. I've picked up the tools that I didn't have that allow me to do things in such an environment, in such a society, to produce things that are going to be necessary for people to have. And he goes into a long tangent on all that stuff, which I'm not going to read. So what happens is if we have a financial collapse, if, as in when, it won't be like the Great Depression in the 1920s. Of course, it's going to be much worse. It's going to be like today, and they're expecting what they're probably hoping for, some people, some negative people, you're going to have anarchy and absolute chaos. Well, it sure looks like somebody's trying to push that on us right now, and that's why I say we need that meditation practice. You got to do this regularly in your life. The government knows that. They know that that will happen with the economic collapse. They've recently asked the service members if they would fire on civilians if they were asked to, which is entirely against the Constitution. In later briefings that I had with them, anybody who said, no, I would never fire on a civilian, my oath of enlistment prohibits me from doing that, they got moved to different military bases than where they were, And within 2 years, those bases were decommissioned and they all lost their jobs. The military at the time, the Bush and Clinton administrations, only kept the people who said they would fire on unarmed civilians. These guys who got kicked out realized what happened. They started organizing. They began working together. And apparently one of the places they did this was Paris. Paris was a major hub for the alliance back when all this stuff was happening, beginning in the 1990s. So he says, I can't imagine anyone accepting the job of the president with the current situation. I can't even imagine it. I know that when he got his first he's talking about Obama now. When he got his first briefing, because I had friends who were present, he was so shocked that he had to sit down when he found out what was really happening. This was before he took the office. Okay, that's all he says in the interview about that Obama gets some kind of funny briefing and it made him very upset. Pete went into way, way more detail later on, and I've disclosed this in my articles on my website, divinecosmos.com, DIVINECOSMOS.com. Go back to where it says David's blog, click on that. There's like about 17 links, 17 tabs, there's a bunch of numbers, and you go back far enough and you read my stuff from like 2011, 2010, when I start to talk about this. Okay, so where did this happen? And what happened to Obama? Well, it was the meeting of the presidents after he won the election, before he got inaugurated. So here he is talking to Bush Sr. Now notice actually something very interesting. Notice the way that Obama is folding his hands. In terms of body language, he is shielding his core. He's shielding his lower chakras. He's shielding his waist and groin area. And that's an armoring because he feels unsafe. He feels threatened. Something's wrong. And he's still got his hands in that position there while they're chuckling it up. And he's still got his hands in that same position. Notice it's still happening as he turns and he talks to George W. So he's smiling, but he's very, very nervous. Now look at George Bush Sr. and look at how nervous he looks. And you'll see why he was so nervous in a minute. And he looks even more nervous in this next picture. Notice Obama is still shielding himself. Oh, and by the way, if you look at Carter, Carter is like standing way the hell away from everybody else because he is spooked out. He does not want to be near anybody, right? So notice that. So Carter knows what's going on. He doesn't like it, but he was there and he showed up. He's a good soldier. Look at how nervous Bush looks. And then after this happened, there's a thing where Bush Sr. is going to shake somebody's hand. And he's all nervous, and he has a napkin in his hand. And as he reaches out for the handshake, the napkin is still in his hand, and it's all weird because his hand's all sweaty, and he acts really awkwardly. Well, why was Bush so nervous, and why does he look so nervous in this picture? Okay, the reason he looks so nervous in that picture, according to this briefing from Pete Peterson, everybody on the inside knows about this, is that right after this, and you can look up the date of that thing they had, I guess it was in 2008, because it was a 2008 election, it was before 2009, that you can read in the original reports that Bush and Obama had a private meeting, Bush Sr. and Obama had a private meeting that lasted about 20 minutes. Nobody else went in. According to Pete Peterson, there was a guy who was in a telephone booth, and after the meeting was over, Obama staggered out of the room, put his head in his hands, and cried, "My God, they made the N-word," I'm not going to say it, "a scapegoat." That's how he said it. "My God, they made the N-word a scapegoat." And he was crying and sobbing and heaving. Well, what we found out was that during that meeting, he was called the N-word repeatedly, multiple times. This man, Bush Sr., was vicious. His teeth were bared. "Look, you effing da-da-da-da." And he said all this kind of stuff to him. Now it is one of the most heartbreaking things. I mean, honest to God. I know this is true, folks. And he did not deserve that. But Obama, what the hell are you doing, man? You need to stop this shit. If you study the letter that I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. And if you don't, then I would recommend going and looking. But, they threatened him. And it's very, very sad because they told him that he would be killed if he resisted the plan. And his family made a decision that he was not going to participate in what he wanted to do, which was to bring them down. They hazed him very badly in the beginning. They buzzed Air Force One. And there's a whole other thing that I'm going to do later on about that. But, I mean, you look at the look on this man's face, and you think about what he was about to do. It's crazy. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. I don't like this. I don't like talking about this stuff. Some things I don't mind talking about. I don't like talking about this. What the hell are you doing, dude? You got to stop this. You can't. You got to make those calls, and you got to think about what you're doing. And you have to think about the steps that you people are taking and what you think is okay to get to the goal that you think you have. For God's sake, take the deal. Take the deal and stop this. There's a lot of people who are going to be able to get out of this, okay? But you have to take the deal and you have to cooperate. You're going to lose. You're not going to win. It's inevitable. We already know because the future timeline is fixed. This particular timeline that we're on leads to your defeat. There is no getting around that. And you are just sore losers and you are not being in integrity. But you don't care. And you're putting us all through hell, and it needs to stop. And we need to take a stand because you might hate this guy, okay? You might hate the guy. And I get that. But if you don't do this, we are screwed, man. So you need to get out there and you need to make that vote happen because they have 80 million false ones. That's what we're seeing. Okay? It's going to be disputed. It's not going to be easy. And they have teams from Nicaragua, El Salvador, Mexico, they brought up here. All right? And they're in position. I don't know how bad it's going to get. They're going to make it so scary to go to a polling place that nobody wants to go to vote because you're going to get shot. That's what they're trying to do, folks. You think this is all natural? You think nobody's coordinating any of this stuff? You think I want to talk about this? You think I want to be up here on this fucking camera talking about this shit? I'm sorry. I didn't know it was going to get like this. I didn't know it was going to get this bad. And I'm the positive guy. I mean, I always try to make it positive. But this is just crazy. And if you can't see what's going on, I'm sorry. If you think this is all natural, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry that you haven't been willing to take that step and feel like throwing up and go through this grief process that I'm going through right now. But you have to do it, okay? You have to go through this. You have to see who these people are and see what they would do, and they would call somebody those kind of things and threaten them like that, and threaten him that his daughters are going to be raped in front of him and killed. I don't support that kind of stuff, folks. I don't. You can't do that to people. But they do, okay? And it's part of the problem, is that this is all real. Okay? They are doing some very nasty stuff. I got to pull it together. I'm really sorry. I did not expect that this was going to happen. Holy crap. I'm good. You got to do the work. It's work. It's work to take this on. It's work to believe that this is real. It's work to go to bed at night knowing that you're going to wake up in a world where this shit is happening. And I'm sorry. I didn't want it to be like this, and I thought we could work hard enough that it would be quick and easy, that 3 days of darkness would come really, really soon. They were going to do it, but it won't be until they need to. God. And honestly, if you're a spiritual person and you understand that we're all one, and that the teaching is forgiveness and love, you got to rise above all the currents of hatred. You got to rise above all the stuff that's trying to tell you to be mean to other people and to hurt them and to threaten them and to lie to them. And that it's okay to organize a little insurrection, you know? Oh, man. I miss one thing to you know, have heard about this stuff in 2009. It's quite another to be here on the ground looking at it and dealing with it. And I'm sorry that I haven't talked to you more. But it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming to know what I know and to know that I could lose my channel just for telling you the truth. The truth as it was told to me. I can't prove some of this stuff. Some of it I can. I'm just telling you what I know because I don't want this reality. I don't want to lose that timeline. And we don't have to lose that timeline. The Great Awakening is how we get through this, everybody. We all have to solve the easy mystery. Gosh, okay, I got to stop. I got to stop crying and I just got to get back to work. Okay. Anyway, you saw the picture, you saw the look on his face. That's because of what he was about to do, and he had the hanky in his hand. He was all sweaty, and he ruined that man's life. I mean, I really do. Barry, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry that happened to you, man. I really am sorry. But you got to stop this crap. You got to stand down. We'll give you some breaks. We'll acknowledge what you went through at this point. I don't have the same view of you that some people do. I didn't hate you. I voted for you, man. But this is crazy. You got to stop. God, I'm sorry. I didn't expect to do that. All right, I'm pulling it together. Would you confirm, this is in the interview, would you confirm that there are good people who we've euphemistically called white hats? Which I don't like that term, and I'm sorry that's in there. Sounds too much like KKK. That's not at all what it is, folks. It's not racist, and it's not anything like that. That's just one old name for the good guys that I retired immediately back in 2009. In the government and the military, good guys who themselves are patriots as you are, and they're trying to do their best from the inside to avert these catastrophes, which again is what seems to be happening now. And he said, yes, absolutely, the alliance is real. There are many people who left the military. Most of the good people left during Clinton and Bush because this is when they were talking about the firing, apparently, according to these briefings. They couldn't pledge allegiance to the president because of the things that were being done. So many people left. Well, they went to Paris, as we found out. Some of them did. On the other hand, there were many people who stayed behind because they knew they were going to be needed. And this is what eventually turned into the alliance, the magic letter, all that stuff. You're hearing about it back in 2009, folks. They sacrificed. God damn. Your presenter's not doing a good job. I'm sorry. You think this is fake or you think this is anti-Semitic or something? This is not a Jewish conspiracy. Come on. They sacrificed not principle, but they had a higher knowledge. And they stayed behind so they could apply the knowledge they had when the time came. Now, why did I bold higher knowledge? I bolded higher knowledge because the higher knowledge is this information that came from the future. Okay? That's how the plan was written. That's how the binder was made. They saw what needed to be done. They saw how the time was going to flow. And they saw the steps that needed to be taken. It was originally going to be done with force. And they wanted to do it legally. They asked this man to run, who was not a politician. Therefore, he still makes lots of mistakes all the time. You know, and I'm not saying that I agree with a lot of those things that he says. I don't. Okay, I emphatically don't in some cases. But that's what happens when you get a real guy who hasn't trained his whole life for this. And he's not perfect. None of us are. And his imperfections are very obvious. But the Alliance knows who this dude is. They've done all the background checks. The other candidate can't talk about it. But you can look online and find a whole lot of stuff if you do a little digging. So when he talks about this higher knowledge, That's from the future. That's what he's talking about. That's the plan. They could, and this, remember, this came out in 2009, so they already knew about it back then. They stayed behind. They're still there now. They could apply the knowledge that they had when the time came. That's where they thought they would be the most valuable. That's where they thought they would be the most valuable. He repeats it. And they were the true patriots because they did what was best for the people. Rather than what was best for themselves. Boy, do I know that one. And these are the people who are keeping you informed sometimes, is that right? Some of those people are the people who are keeping me informed. And by the way, folks, speaking as David, they're the same people who I'm working with now on stuff that I'm not going to say just quite yet. Do you know anything or suspect anything about how once the financial system fails, if it does so, what would it be replaced by? Well, up until a few days ago, I would say it would have been replaced by a world currency. This is the briefings he got, okay? And I'm not saying it's going to be a world currency, by the way. But the basic idea of collateral I do agree with. Remember, the last 4 presidents have all been members of the Council on Foreign Relations, which is not necessarily very good. They have openly stated that they're moving toward a one-world government and believe we should have a one-world government. If we had a one-world government, which again I don't agree with, we'd probably have a one-world currency. Again, the financial reset is not this New World Order wet dream, so please don't think that's what we're really saying is going to happen. It's not. And it might even be they were smart enough to have a currency that was backed by something real like gold or silver or various metals. That's real collateral. I've always wanted to see commodity-backed currency. So you could have a currency that was worth so much corn or so much wheat or so much of something that was a real tangible thing. Now he said up until yesterday that's what I thought it was going to be, but then he was talking about NAFTA and he kind of trailed off and it doesn't really go anywhere, what his other idea was. But this concept of the currency being backed by collateral, it's not going to be a world currency, it's not going to be a world government, okay, that's crazy. Unless it was something very peaceful and amazing and everybody still had their rights as individuals and states and countries. Maybe we could do it, I don't know, but it sounds pretty crazy to me. I don't think it's a good idea. Unless we're in a totally different world where it's a lot more peaceful. Anyway, currencies being rebooted with collateral, yes, absolutely, that's what we're looking at. And remember, he stated this in mid-July 2009. This is when the interview took place. And it was during this time that he started to brief me afterwards. We start talking on the phone 2 hours at a time. And we're doing this regularly, like 2 or 3 times a week. And shortly thereafter, this article comes out, and it was an inside leak, and everybody has forgotten about it. And in the era that's going on right now, I think it's very important that we look at this again. And I'm almost done, folks, so I thank you for staying up with me on the East Coast. It's now 11:20. You're a trooper. Thank you. Or come back tomorrow if you can wait, I guess. All right. So this was in July, and then this article, this amazing article, came out on Tuesday, 6 October 2009, as you can see here. Now, what does it say? The demise of the dollar. This is UK Independent. Very, very credible mainstream media. In a graphic illustration of the New World Order, right? They're blaming the alliance. They're calling the alliance the New World Order. It's such projection. In a graphic illustration of the New World Order, Arab states have launched secret moves with China, Russia, and France to stop using the US currency for oil trading. So here it is. And here's the link, and it still works as of right now. I'll bet you it doesn't work very long, so pause the tape, copy it down, type it in, or we'll knock it into the description field soon. But anyway, it works as of today. Probably not for long. In the most profound, remember, this is only 2 months after Pete said all this stuff. In the most profound financial change in recent Middle East history, Gulf Arabs are planning, along with China, Russia, Japan, and France, to end dollar dealings for oil, moving instead to a basket of currencies, because right now everybody has to exchange money through the dollar. including the Japanese and Chinese yuan, the euro, gold, and a new unified currency planned for nations in the Gulf Cooperation Council, including Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, Kuwait, and Qatar. So I guess the Middle Eastern countries quietly, secretly decided that they would get one currency for the Middle East, and that's fine. That doesn't bother me, you know? It really doesn't. And they don't want to have to change through the dollar, because right now the dollar is the reserve currency, as it's called. Secret meetings have already been held by finance ministers and central bank governors in Russia, China, Japan, and Brazil. Look at what it says, folks. Read that. Secret meetings. This is The Independent. This is a very credible publication. Secret meetings have already been held by finance ministers and central bank governors in Russia, China, Japan, and Brazil to work on the scheme, which will mean that oil will no longer be priced in dollars. The plans confirmed, look at that, confirmed to The Independent by both Gulf Arab and Chinese banking sources in Hong Kong, which is really the main center of the financial world if you know what you're doing, may help to explain the sudden rise in gold prices, but it also augurs an extraordinary transition from dollar markets within 9 years. Well, 9 plus 2009 is 2018, right? Obviously it didn't happen. Not yet. The Americans, who are aware that the meetings have taken place, although they have not discovered the details, are sure to fight this international cabal. Talk about projection, which will include hitherto loyal allies, Japan and the Gulf Arabs. Well, they're trying to solve this terrible problem. How do you choke out this thing that's killing the planet? This sounds like a dangerous prediction of a future economic war between the U.S. and China over Middle East oil, yet again turning the region's conflicts into a battle for great power supremacy. The transitional currency in the move away from dollars, according to Chinese banking sources, may well be gold. An indication of the huge amounts involved can be gained from the wealth of Abu Dhabi, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Qatar, who together hold an estimated $2.1 trillion in US dollar reserves. $2.1 trillion. Chinese financial sources believe President Barack Obama is too busy fixing the US economy to concentrate on the extraordinary implications of the transition from the dollar in 9 years' time. Now, they thought they were going to get that, but it didn't work because, of course, they got screwed, as always, but that's changing right now. The current deadline for the currency transition is 2008. This is right there in the UK Independent. Now, this is a source, a Chinese banking source. These plans will change the face of international financial transactions, one Chinese banker said. America and Britain must be very worried. You will know how worried they are by the thunder of denials that this news will generate. Well, and there's my little angel spark. So, sure enough, the denials did happen. There was one article where they, of course, wrote the classic mainstream media blow-off and said, no, none of this is true. None of this is true. And then that's it. And that article you have to dig up through archive.org, and I have it. I didn't have time to throw it in here. This is the last thing I got into the show right at the end. Okay? Right as I was, because that's why I was late getting started. Anyway, I don't want to delay too much longer, but anyway, the thunder of denials this will generate, 2018 is a deadline. Now, what we've heard is that this alliance was already well underway and secretly working with, Pete told me the same thing, the people who had broken away from the military that ended up going to Paris. They were working with this. This article is partly them too. The U.S. was involved. They kept that secret. The sources maybe didn't know or didn't want to say, but elements of the U.S. were involved. Now, as of right now, you got to remember, China is 6 factions. The faction that's running it does not appear to have our highest good in mind at all. Internet censorship, all kinds of crazy stuff. So I'm not saying China's a good guy right now. We got a big problem there, but there's 6 factions, and some of those factions are good guys, okay? But probably not the one that's running it. It sounds pretty freaking bad in a lot of ways. I don't know. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, but it doesn't look good. For several reasons, and if you dig up all this stuff and you read all this 17 stuff, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, so The 2008 economic collapse, remember, McCain said the fundamentals of the economy are sound. And then like a week later, whoosh, apparently that was the same alliance that did that, that orchestrated that as much as they could back then, hoping that that would be the end of it and that people would be angry and there would be a public uprising and they would want answers, and that's how the whole thing would unravel. Nobody expected a 26 or 29, if you talk to Ron Paul, $29 trillion bailout. That's half of all the money that exists in the entire world at the time, which is called the gross world product, is one of the names for it, GWP. Half of the GWP, which was about 60 trillion. And so this was 29 trillion, like half of all the money in the world. And they just printed it out of thin air and kept the whole thing going. Nobody knows how the heck it kept on going so long. But these guys are pushing for this. The deadline was 2018. Negotiate, haggle, side deal, kick the can around a little longer. The big thing apparently happened somewhere around February 16th, where the cabal, deep state stuff, the money got turned off and they could not create bubble money anymore. Now all they can do is use real collateral that's based on solid hard assets. And I totally support that. It's because, apparently, that the finances got cut off. The cabal, believe it or not, the briefings we're getting now from the alliance, the cabal is very poor. They don't have money. They don't have the money to organize a good campaign. They don't have the money to organize a good convention. And they're really broke, folks. So they're doing cheap stuff. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap. I'm not going to joke about it too much. You got to laugh a little bit, right? Gosh. Anyway, this is all coming to a head. All these things that Pete was talking about in 2009 and what this alliance was doing and cutting it off. February 16th is apparently when that happened, and it's been total chaos ever since. So they are looking for the Hail Mary pass right now, the bad guys. They're looking for that 1 in a million. Is it possible that we could still win? Is it possible that we could throw this thing off? Well, let's just delay the election by 5 months and make everybody so scared they don't even want to leave their house. We did get briefings, by the way, saying that this could get bad enough for a while that you want to have supplies in your home like food and water in case you don't feel safe going to the grocery store. I don't know if you're going to need that, but it would probably be a good idea to have some extra stuff. And again, you don't need to spend a lot of money. I don't sell survival stuff. I never try to make money when I talk about this kind of stuff. I just don't do that. It's okay if people do. Prepper supplies are great. There's great stuff you can order. I don't sell any of it, but all you really need is like rice and beans and 5-gallon jugs of bottled water if you don't have good drinking water, or a good filter. So yeah, 9:30, we're doing really good here on time. I didn't want to go much longer than this. All right, back to the slides. And this is Peterson talking again. And I asked him this question, do you think there's ever going to be a disclosure? That any of this stuff about UFOs or other races not born on Earth would ever get out to the public? And he said, I've been told that a number of the apocalypse films that have come out recently and a number of the science fiction things that have come out recently as movies have been partially funded by the government, like Stargate SG-1, Babylon 5, many, many other examples, Oblivion. I talked about, they show you the spheres, they live, right? Wanting to get familiar in our minds the idea that there might be people at a point of great need on the planet who could come and help us. Well, the ETs can't do that unless you pray for them to do so. That's how you authorize this, folks. You have to pray and you have to ask them. The benevolents don't care what religion you are, or if you even have a religion. All they care is that you're a loving person and that you pray. And whatever you think God is, whatever that means for you, you pray to that, whatever that is, and you ask for help. And now they can do a heck of a lot more. And that's part of why the meditation effect works so well, because that is definitely a form of prayer. And so you get this weird discontinuous effect where the planet gets a lot better. So they're preparing us for the idea that these beings might show up who could come and help us. And I think that's actually going to happen, honestly. There might be some kind of divine providence that would help as well. And that's what we're going through now. I've heard, kind of through the grapevine, that I know Reagan was asked to disclose such things, the truth about flying saucers and alien people. I know JFK was asked these things and said he would do something. And I know that there was pressure put to bear on both of them to say nothing. Pressure put to bear is a very carefully worded way because, of course, Reagan was shot at, and later briefings with Pete, he told me that this was because Reagan was going to disclose. He wanted to do a big, big disclosure. And so they tried to shoot him after he disclosed to his former Hollywood actor friend, Jackie Gleason, who had a very famous show called The Honeymooners. And there's Jackie Gleason with Nixon. And, you know, sometimes they would tell you the truth on these crazy tabloid headlines, and that actually was true. He did get to look at bodies because he was a big, big, big celebrity, and they liked him and they let him in. So he told that to Reagan, and this was that tragic day that Reagan was walking along, and somebody shot at him, and it hit Brady instead, the guy with the circle around him. Very sad, the chaos that ensued, and I don't want to show these images for too long because they're pretty upsetting. That's Brady as he fell. He didn't die. He was brain damaged, and so they commended him, and as well it should. Now, Reagan did spill the beans. He let a little bit slide at a screening of the movie E.T. with Steven Spielberg. I showed you this before. He just stood up and looked around the room. This was Reagan, almost like he was doing a head count. And he said, "I wanted to thank you for bringing E.T. to the White House. We really enjoyed your movie." Then he looked around the room and said, "And there are a number of people in this room who know that everything on that screen is absolutely true." And people saw this. Now, how did they know that? Well, because all this Black Ops classified stuff was well underway by then. And we talked before, Peterson also told me this, around 1985-ish is when this gigantic spherical, almost like a moon-sized object came into our solar system, artificially powered with beings inside, that they called it the Seeker. And it had a door that opened up on it that was like 800 miles wide, and all these little ships came out. And apparently, according to my uncouth, sometimes uncouth friend Jacob, he said they were a bunch of, what did he say? They were a bunch of a-holes on a pleasure cruise, and we told them to F off. That's how he framed it. That's the intel I got on what the Seeker was. So there's going to be really, really big stuff that we're going to learn. When we find out how big the ET crafts are, how many of them there are, that there's all these different civilizations that are around us right now, hiding out on the backside of the moon, hiding out on other planets and moons, hiding out under the Earth. UFO sightings are commonplace, and they're not all people from the future. They're also extraterrestrials. And everybody has this technology where they can pop through time, and so they're making edits, and but it only works up until the solar flash, which is supposedly somewhere around 2030 or thereabouts. And after that, it's a focal point, and you don't have the ability to go forward into the future with any consistency. So 2030 is about as far into our future right now as we can go with the limited technology that we have. Of course, I think the ETs have totally mastered that and can easily get past it, but we can't. So nobody from the future is going to be newer or more future than 2030, who's actually doing this stuff with the QCDs and the trips back in time and building the plan and all that kind of stuff. Okay, last little stuff here. Let's go back to the slide once more. I know that the current president, which was Obama at the time, I don't know this, I have heard that the current president was planning to make a disclosure announcement later this year or late in the year. And Kerry said, "Are you willing to say the date?" Which he had already given us. It was November 17th, I believe. I know a date that I actually forced myself to forget the date because I never wanted to release it because I knew that would ruin it. He says, "I knew a date that I was told, and I can tell you the same people who told me that date told me the U.S. currency would fail in 2001 when they ordered me to move here." So we're going to have more on that in another video because that's a long subject. It's very fascinating about what happened to President Obama. And basically, to give you the very, very short synopsis of that story, Obama was going to do this. They had booked 2 hours on all the major, I think it was 2 hours on all the major television shows. They were going to introduce us to 5 different races of human-like ETs to make it easy to start. And then they blocked that disclosure. It didn't happen, but Obama was going to do it anyway when he won the Nobel Prize in Oslo, Norway in December. I think it was December 4th or something like that. The night before he was going to win that award, when he's in Norway, that's when the Norway spiral happened and he could see it. Okay, now what they actually did is they created a portal with these ground-based technologies that beam microwaves like HAARP, H-A-A-R-P. And then you see the black circle and it opens up. I don't have all these visuals for you right now. I didn't have time. What I heard from Dr. Stephen Greer at a conference was that they told the president at the time, Obama, if you do this, if you talk tomorrow, what would happen if one of these opened up in front of Air Force One and you went through it? Then, the next morning, he took the award, he didn't talk, and they restored order. But that same time that they did the Norway spiral, there was a tetrahedral black thing that appeared over Russia, and that was also telling Russia that they could blow the hell out of them with one of these if they tried to talk and do disclosure. So that was a threat. That thing, by the way, it's like the TR-3B is a balloon. It's a triangular balloon, like an aircraft carrier. But then you can make it into a tetrahedron by knitting 4 of them together and filling it up with more air. And that's what that actually was. That's why it was kind of floating in the air, because they are balloons. But you can park a whole bunch of cool spaceships on them and stuff. That's one of the things we're going to learn about when we get disclosure is these flying platforms. So they use that to threaten Russia. And there's some great footage of the Russian tetrahedron and again the Norway spiral. And then about a year later, out comes this television show called The Event, where there's a black president. The first scene at the beginning of the show is that he's got this woman who's an extraterrestrial and he's about to tell the whole world that she's extraterrestrial from another planet. And then in comes an airplane, and right as it's about to hit him, it goes through a wormhole. And it never hits him, and they run and everybody's screaming. That was a direct allusion to the threat that they made the year before, as I heard about from Dr. Greer. I was amazed when I saw the show, and I wrote a whole bunch of articles about it on my website back in the day. We're almost done. I hear my phone going. It's probably my wife telling me to stop, but we're very close now. Okay, so this is the last thing I want to tell you because it's super, super important. My first disclosure, when I put it in writing of the things that Pete Peterson was telling me, came on September 11th, 2009. And it was in this article, and I took a picture of it on my website today. Awesome New Disclosure Videos, September 11th, 2009. So what I was doing is I was releasing stuff that Pete had told me. Here's the link if you want to go look it up. And boy, my phone is blowing up. Okay. The full sequence, this is me talking based on what Pete had told me in many, many other briefings. The full sequence of events may also include some form of official or semi-official public announcement of the reality of the UFO phenomenon, which is happening now, which would certainly be a tremendous event, probably the most substantial event in modern human history, at least since the founding of any of the major world religions. That's my opinion. Apparently a major, massive, this is 2009, I said this, folks, from the briefings of people that heard this from the future. Apparently a major, massive economic upheaval will be the precipitating event that will usher in many of these changes. Well, it's happening right now, and it leads to UFOs, which is what we're seeing. Nonetheless, it appears that this will primarily destroy the most corrupt elements of our financial infrastructure, and what comes in the aftermath is very, very positive for the rest of us. So this is nothing new. Everything I told you in 2009 is happening now, folks. This is the conclusion. And then I wrote this other article on September 26th, them pesky time-traveling dinosaurs. I like to be a little funny. And this is what I said in that article. So it's not very long after, just like a couple weeks later. And I said, there may well be an official government announcement of 5 different extraterrestrial species that are human in nature. This is what Pete was saying, who we've been interacting with for over 100 years on an unofficial secret basis. That announcement could come at the same time that we have this restructuring of the financial system. Look at it. There it is. Black and white, 2009. Both of these things are starting to happen. We obviously haven't gotten the big disclosure, but, you know, financial system, all that stuff, it's very, very accurate. That would be extremely interesting. Let's put it that way. And then the person who was interviewing me on the radio at the time said, wow, it certainly would take your mind off the money for at least a moment. Well, yeah, I mean, think about it. That's exactly the point, isn't it? And then they say, yeah. I forget if it was a man or a woman. It's a long time ago. So with the collapse of the financial system, this is from my article, you can go look it up. With the collapse of the financial system and the restructuring to a new order, You're going to have a lot of really juicy stuff come out at the same time. You're going to have new technology which will stimulate industry. And don't forget now, the military-industrial complex is very much tied in with aerospace technology. What do you think is going to be the natural response of most people once they find out there's ruins on other worlds from other human civilizations? So I just brought this in there to show you another example of how they started to tell you the truth through fiction. The movie The Last Mimsy had this box, which is very, very similar to the Orion Cube that came from Roswell, and that's the point. And it did allow them to talk to beings in the future who could then create a conduit, and ultimately the kids go to the future and portal there. And again, this is the cube that I was talking about. So if you've been waiting a long time to see that, this is what it looks like when it's open. And then the hologram on the top. This is from Dan Burrish. So I also talked about the movie, the Contact, the movie. The D of the CTP is the doctrine of the convergent timeline paradox. This is the whole idea that everything collapses into a singularity at the end of, originally it was 2012. It now appears to have moved to 2030. But originally they did see the solar flash happening at 2012, and they couldn't look beyond it with any of these technologies, and they couldn't travel beyond it. Now they are, but not back then. I don't think they realized when, I'm not sure how it works with the 2030 or 2029, and they're sending this plan back in time, because they would have had to get around that. But, I don't have all the answers, folks. That's the Project Looking Glass thing, where you have the barrel-shaped thing with the water. If you see those white posts, a human being would be almost not as tall as they are, but pretty close. So it's a gigantic object. And then when they stand there, it starts showing you in that amber-colored fisheye lens distortion what the person's pineal gland is seeing, and you can look into the future or the past and get a view of what's going on. And so the real question, as he was saying, is which future do we choose? And that's where I want to end this with tonight. I want to do a brief meditation with you guys because, hey, it's a technology and it works and we need it. So let's close our eyes. Let's put both feet flat on the floor if they're not already. Or maybe you want to lie down if that's comfortable, especially if you're on the East Coast. Take a nice deep breath and let it go. And take another nice deep breath in and let it go. As you breathe deeply, imagine this feeling of perfect peace coming through you. Feel that sense of deep relaxation moving through every part of your body, relaxing every muscle, relaxing every nerve, calming yourself down. The plan is perfect. Nothing can stop what is coming. They just have been saying that again a lot recently. They know the future. They know this is going to be okay, folks. By breathing deeply right now, we're co-creating that. Coming into a deeper awareness. Releasing the stress, the tension, the fear. Moving back into trust of the perfect plan that we are all on. The ascension. The upgrading of what it means to be human on Earth. A new civilization with much, much greater technology. Getting to meet our galactic brothers and sisters. Going through this global wake-up call, this global initiation, global dark night of the soul that explodes our internal landscape and makes our souls so much more powerful. So that we have new things to see, new soul potentials to discover in ourselves. As you relax, as you breathe, as you stay calm, it's okay. It's okay to grieve about what's going on right now, as I did. It's okay to let yourself have a release. Nothing bad will happen to you if you allow that release to happen. You are wonderful. You are a being of infinite worth. And if anyone doesn't see that about you, they are wrong. You deserve love. You deserve kindness. You deserve respect. You deserve appreciation. And you deserve to have a free, loving, peaceful society with prosperity where you have enough for everything that you need, however that comes about. We send our loving thoughts to all the members of the military in this country and in many other countries who are working to free our planet from some very dark things that have not exactly been made public yet, but we're starting to learn. We send them our prayers. We hold them up in the light. We wish them the best. We wish minimal casualties when they go through the final stages of what they're going to have to do, because some of these people are very entrenched. We ask that all of these processes be guided in truth and in love and in peace, that the people making these executive decisions are guided on the principle of brotherly and sisterly love, unity, not separation, a global understanding of how we can turn this around, heal the planet, clean up our garbage, get our hover cars, start going out there, start meeting all of our friends who have been waiting so patiently for us to go through this mass global awakening. My name is David Wilcock, and I thank you for being here with me today and for participating in this meditation. I ask that you continue to meditate, and I ask that you pray whatever feels good to you. If you have any belief in a higher power, pray to that higher power for guidance and for protection and support for the earth. This will work. Every single person who does this is an exponential increase in what these beings are allowed to do. Together, we can co-create our planetary awakening. And so it is. I'm David Wilcock. This has been a very long show. I'm sorry. 4 hours and a little bit more, but it's not 5. I promised Danny and I wouldn't go 5. Remember that. Thank you for watching. Hopefully I don't lose my channel. And I'll be back soon. I got some cool stuff going on, and I will talk to you guys shortly. Thank you for being here. Please remember to stay in alignment. Please remember not to contribute to the negativity and the hatred. And you can do your part and get involved to be a part of this great, great thing. Don't get your channel taken down. Be careful in how you do it. But there's a lot of things we can do. And what we really need more than anything, and 17 keeps saying this, we really need everybody to start getting involved, just like me. If you don't like David Wilcock sitting on the bench, if you don't like I'm sorry, I'm speaking about myself in third person, it's crazy. If you don't like me sitting on the bench, if it bothered you that I was gone for so long, what about you? What about you? Are you going to do something? Or are you just going to get mad at me if I don't do something? We all have to participate in this together. It's not just me, it's not just the Alliance. Don't just sit there and wait. Spread this information however you can. Call the people who are living in fear. See if you can help them get a little bit more perspective and maybe just shine some love. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you next time.